You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Hello and welcome to another evening of action with Hurricane Beryl. That was the new designation from the National Hurricane Center earlier on at their 5 p.m. advisory. That would be Atlantic Standard Time, and now at 7 p.m. here it is, continuing westwards and drawing ever nearer to the coasts of the Lesser Antilles. First of all, starting with Barbados, and then on towards St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and then into the Eastern Caribbean Sea. We'll be talking about all of this for the next few hours here. We'll be covering the updates from the National Hurricane Center, which are due out at 8 p.m, the intermediate advisory, and the last full advisory of the night at 11. My name's Nathan Foy here in the studio, and we'll be taking you through all of the events that may unfold tonight. Mostly watching the storm. There's not any kind of real activity in terms of direct impacts that will be happening tonight, but we are going to be dissecting the storm and taking a proper look at it, and just how it managed to reach that hurricane status in such a short amount of time. Still a fair distance away from the islands, and a real chance of further intensification on the way. So it is a very concerning picture right now, and it's likely to become a major hurricane. I'm just working with some stuff right now, and it's not working very well for me, but if we just bear with me for a second here. There's a few viewpoints that we can look at right now. This is the view at Barbados right now. I'm not sure which coastline this is, but it's already got quite dark there, looking out over the water. Not too much to look at there at the moment. And this is at Martinique, where it's just getting dark there right now as well. And you can see it is generally looking calm, and it will be looking calm for quite a while longer yet. It's a relatively small hurricane, so its impacts will draw in rather rapidly and rather quickly, and it will fade away just as quickly as well as it moves through the islands at possibly over 20 miles per hour. But that's a live view for Martinique right now that we'll just leave up on the screen for a few minutes whilst we introduce our team. My name's Nathan Foy. I'm joined by quite a lot of people tonight. We have Jose, David, Chris, Christian, Justin, Lucas, Maury, and Orlando. Quite a few of the people that you were seeing in our earlier stream today. Let's first talk to Christian and let us know what your thoughts on Beryl are right now. I think you were shocked earlier on when you were checking the update, if I'm not mistaken.
I was, actually. I wasn't anticipating the current forecast. And again, I wasn't even anticipating this being a hurricane now. I was still expecting it to be like mid-strength tropical storm without it being without it intensifying into a hurricane in the next few days. But no, I was pleasantly surprised, and that means I've got to work on this feature behind the scenes as quickly as possible. I'm trying to debut a new feature to video updates as soon as I can.
Well, I don't know how pleasant it is, but there's the viewpoint right now of the National Hurricane Center's forecast cone from the 5 p.m. advisory. A hurricane warning was issued for Barbados, a hurricane watch in effect for some of those islands within the cone along that line from Grenada northwards through to Martinique, I think it was, yes. And a tropical storm watch for Tobago and up to Dominica.
By the way, I would just like to mention real quick, Beryl already has a fully complete eye wall.
Interesting. Satellite imagery still leaves some to be desired.
Even though it's being shoot on the eastern side currently, it has a complete eye wall. I actually posted a microwave imagery in a live discussion.
Yeah, I did see one of those earlier, and that does look really impressive. I'm just going to try and get this onto the screen. Do we have it prepared? I think so, hopefully. Well, there is a picture underneath my face right now, and you can see a very compelling image there of the microwave imagery of this storm. That's quite catching. So it clearly is still evolving, and that would mainly mean strengthening. So it is a big concern that we're watching right now. It is still a fair amount of distance from land. From, say, Barbados, it is currently, let's have a little look, it's about 1,100 kilometers away now. Now, with the storm's movement at up to possibly 30 kilometers per hour, that distance ticks down quite quickly. We are expecting, well, you saw the National Hurricane Center's cone there. It's going to be the early hours of Monday morning when it starts to really get felt in Barbados, possibly even Sunday evening, and then into the rest of the Windward Islands as a major hurricane they're expecting. I think they're now forecasting a peak of 120 mile per hour winds.
Yep. NHE has bumped the peak up to 120 now.
And in the later part of the forecast, the uncertainty grows quite a lot. It could still land anywhere from Honduras to western Cuba, and could still be a hurricane by that point in the western Caribbean there on day 5, or day 7. No, it is day 5, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
So, serious implications there for large areas of land. And if it does move a little bit north of that forecast, then it will obviously be affecting a lot of those greater Antilles, and it might mitigate the storm's strength, but it obviously would increase those land impacts. Not to mention the other area of interest behind it right now that could also become a hurricane in and of itself.
Not again.
Yes, again, I'm afraid. Let's take a look at another view of the storm right now. This is another live shot, slowly moving towards the west. This is rapid scan imagery from GOES 16 infrared. Of course, it is after dark there now, so there isn't any visible to look at, which would have been quite interesting at this point. But from what we've been seeing on the infrared, there has been some hot towers there sort of swirling around the center, looking pretty decent. You can see them there. Quite a few blacks on that screen indicating cloud tops approaching minus 80 degrees Celsius, which is an indicator of just how high those clouds are. Well, we're happy to take comments and questions all the way through our stream this evening, and I think we often get some decent questions that really get us thinking. Cyclotrack says, when do you think it will start weakening? I think it could be as soon as it enters the Caribbean. NHC maybe not, maybe a little bit later they're expecting, but it could end up being a wind shear dry air environment over there in the Eastern Caribbean. It has often spelt trouble to storms that have been moving in the area from the main development region. They tend to do much better in the main development region, then start weakening as they enter the Eastern Caribbean, and sometimes they pick up again in the west, although they think this one will be a little bit different, that the east the conditions are still marginally favourable, and in the west those conditions might actually get worse. Red Knight Lover 22 says that there have been that there have to be many cruise ships around this area. I wonder how many. I am not really an expert on cruise ships, but I think a lot of them tend to be in the more off-season months. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if there is at least a couple down there right now. And if anyone does know the answer to that, by the way, do let us know. What's the possibility?
I'm looking that up right now.
Yep, and what's the possibility of Beryl becoming a Category 4 hurricane? I would still think that's quite a steep stretch right now, but we'll have to see.
Oh, actually, Nathan, I just pulled up a live cruise ship map from cruisehive.com because they have a cruise ship tracker. Where Beryl is forecasted to go, there is actually quite a bit of cruise ships in the path of this hurricane right now.
Wow.
Especially around like St. Vincent and Grenadines all the way up to Dominica.
That's fascinating.
Well, there's at least probably, if I were to guess, 20 to 30 of them.
They better get out of the way very soon.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That's a fair few. The good thing is for them, well, I hope that they're aware of the storm, first of all, but given that
Oh,
this...
they probably are by now, yeah.
Yeah, you would hope. Given that this is a relatively small storm, they should be able to get out of the way in time.
Yeah.
But I suppose the big question really is whether it turns a little bit north or south, and that would obviously be trouble, especially if it moved further north. I assume they'd go northwards if they were going to try and evade the storm. But once again, there's a live view from Barbados right now, looking pretty well, nice, to be honest. It's calm, and we are expecting it to stay calm there for a little while. As mentioned, it is a small storm, and the onset of storm force winds will happen quite quickly as it starts to emerge. It is still quite a distance away from land, but a hurricane warning is in effect for Barbados right now, and hurricane watches for large parts of the Windward Islands, and they may also get updated to warnings maybe tonight. Well, I would hope tonight, because I mean, personally, I would have issued warnings already. I think they've been honestly a little bit slow. Mainly questions there about how strong it'll get and whether it will get to high-end Category 4 and such, but I don't think that speculation's very helpful, but I don't think it will. Will it cause extreme damage? Well, any major hurricane has the potential to cause extreme damage. We're hoping that it will be moving through some of those smaller islands and not the larger ones, the lesser populations. It looks like it may well do that. At the moment, it's not a guarantee that Barbados will get hurricane force winds, although it is very close for comfort, and the hurricane warning is absolutely justified. Show you once again the National Hurricane Centre's forecast cone there. Barbados close to the edge of that cone, but of course storm force winds can sprout outside of that cone of uncertainty there. That cone is just for the actual center of the storm, the eye, as it moves through there during the next 5 days. And as cones have gotten narrower over the last decades, as forecast accuracy improves, you tend to see that more and more, that the wind field far exceeds the size of the cone. No apparently has sent some messages of support there, which is interesting. Thanks for your support there. Gaming with Trippen says, will Invest 94L form into a tropical storm along with the low pressure system behind Beryl? There are chances for all of those systems right now. Who'd like to take us through those other systems?
So, basically what we're seeing with those other two systems, let me pull up my screen real quickly.
Sure.
So let me just change the region. Tropical Atlantic. You can see that there is another system that is supposed to appear right behind this system that we're currently seeing, Beryl. And it does strengthen. It isn't quite as rapid as what we're seeing with Beryl, but it does manage to reach towards probably around 981 millibars. It's a little bit north of where Beryl went. Probably towards, I believe that's Martinique.
But given
Dominica.
how small that is there, 981 millibars, we've got a Category 1 hurricane at 992 right now, so that clearly is a significant hurricane there.
Well, if you do look at the winds, the 850 millibar heightened winds, that gets up to around 90 knots.
That's
So-
way up in the atmosphere, though.
Pardon the
Yes.
interruption real quick, but Nelson just donated
Oh, no.
$2 and stated to make me dance. Not happening.
Make Justin dance, oh my goodness.
Not happening, Nelson. Screw you. I'm not doing it.
Oh dear.
Anyways.
Oh dear.
Also,
Well, thank you,
anyways,
Nelson, anyways.
back on topic, Nathan. I posted the cruise ship map in live discussion if you want to pull that up on stream real quick.
We can have a little look at that, and you can see what are all these then? I mean, they're all
All
ships,
those
but
dots are cruise ships.
they are
and,
all cruise ships.
Yeah, those are all cruise ships right now
Wow.
in that area.
So definitely busy there, but you can already see. I mean, well, I imagine that the ships don't spend too much time at St. Vincent and the Grenadines, anyways. But they're all clearing that area, and there's none at Barbados at least. So
Yeah, that's good.
that's an interesting graphic right there. That's for sure.
Yep.
So
I didn't think they
purple
actually
one.
had like live cruise ship maps. I was actually quite surprised when I searched it up that I was able to find one.
I have seen one of those kind of maps before.
There's a couple of them around. This one over here.
I know I may have missed one or two questions. Let's get some more. Fishing Addict says, "Hey, Force 13, good to be back." Yes, well, before today, we hadn't done a live stream on tropical weather since January. So
Yep.
it goes to show how quiet things have been, and things have been exceedingly quiet across the globe since, wintertime here in the Northern Hemisphere, when we were covering Cyclone Beryl in the southwest Indian Ocean, south of the equator. Quick question, I can't seem to find microwave imagery on our website anymore. Is it no longer available, or am I still rusty? It should still be available. Let me go double check. Sometimes things happen even without my knowledge, but I will just have a little look. There should still be microwave imagery. The button's still there for it. I'm just going to go and check. And if it does appear, well, it's not very good quality, I can tell you that right now, I'm afraid. But it is there. But at the moment, it's showing some poor quality imagery, so it's not very helpful.
Yeah, back real quick.
Geodexillion says HWRF model is predicting a Category 5. Which is just wonderful. I will just leave that there without comment, to be honest.
Let me just look at this.
The Bogus says, could Beryl impact the US? Well, there's still question marks as to whether it will recurve in the Gulf of Mexico and possibly reach Texas. There were one or two outliers on the ensemble runs that were suggesting that it could reach Florida or somewhere up the East Coast. Only as a weak tropical storm, though, it would be if it did that. So I have reservations about that one. Star Striker is still waiting for Hone, which we all are. Jason Bewley has just become a Category 5 member. Well, I appreciate your support, Jason, and it's great to have you on board with us. And hope to see you around. And Omar says, with the high sea surface temperature in the Gulf and low wind shear, can Beryl re-intensify and hit the Gulf Coast? Well, like I said before, really, I think it will have, well, yeah, it should have a decent chance of intensifying if it notches up towards the northern part of the Gulf of Mexico. But it's a still big question mark as to whether it gets anywhere near that area. It could still pivot a little bit further south and move overland over Central America like so many other disturbances have done so far this year. And Not Mr. Popular wants to know if we've ever seen anything like Beryl before. It's a small storm. It's one that can intensify and weaken very quickly. At the moment, it is really riding the record books. It's right next to Hurricane 2 of 1933, which was the only other June hurricane east of the Lesser Antilles in this area. And not many July majors either. This storm forecasted to reach major hurricane status before the Windward Islands. The only other storm to do that is sort of Allen, which was just at the very end of the month, into August the 1st, back in 1980. But it's really challenging a lot of the records right now, that's for sure. This is Hurricane Beryl. If you've just joined us, they declared hurricane status earlier on. 75 mile per hour winds, estimated pressure of 992 millibars. National Hurricane Center pegs its movement as westwards at 22 miles per hour, 10.1 degrees north, 49.3 west, and expected to curve just slightly further west-northwestwards over the next couple of days, past very close to Barbados as a very strong major hurricane, Category 3, and through the Windward Islands, which really I feel should have a hurricane warning by now. And tons of questions spammed there on whether it will become a Category 4. I still think it's less likely, considering the climatological expectations of this system. But it can never be impossible, can it? And people draw comparisons to things like Hurricane Dennis back in 2005, which was very early on in July as well. As this storm will be when it enters the Caribbean. It'll be July by then, so could be a somewhat similar situation there. Is there any recon going to Beryl? Well, a lot of our team have been mildly frustrated today that there hasn't been any Reconnaissance planes into the storm. They are now expecting to fly into it pretty early tomorrow morning, and we will finally get some more information, direct observations of the storm. I think it's pretty disappointing that they, for whatever reason, didn't fly into it today. I'm sure a lot of their team might have been disappointed in that as well, because I think their observations would have been pretty critical to figuring out just how strong this is. But we'll finally get all the data that we need early tomorrow morning.
Can we have a look at the NHC's current discussion on the system?
Well, like all of their discussions, they're quite long-winded, but let's see if we can pick out any bits of it here. I mean, you can look at it with me if you want. But
have a look at the third paragraph.
Yep, there it is, becoming a hurricane. They reckon it was T4.0. I didn't think it was at the time. I think it was lower than that. It's developed a compact inner core. Seems like it will continue to intensify quickly since environmental conditions are nearly ideal during the next day or two. And they nudged upward once again the intensity forecast, and they are expecting a dangerous major hurricane prior to it reaching the Windward Islands. Then they say an increase in wind shear should end the strengthening trend when it moves across the Caribbean and induce some weakening towards the end of the forecast period, that's day 5. And the intensity models are coming into better agreement on this scenario, and they're sort of in the middle with their forecast right now. So, you know, sort of stuff that we already knew, really. They are expecting a peak now of 120 miles per hour. There's some key messages written beneath there. Beryl expected to be a dangerous major hurricane when it reaches the Windward Islands late Sunday night or Monday, bringing destructive hurricane force winds and life-threatening storm surge. Hurricane watch and warnings are in effect for much of the Windward Islands. Heavy rainfall and localized flooding expected across the Windward Islands Sunday night and Monday. And interests in the Central and Western Caribbean should monitor the progress of this system. And a reminder that there's large uncertainty on days 4 and 5, and not to focus on the specific details of the track or intensity forecast. So that's the National Hurricane Center in a nutshell right there. As you can see, night has fallen over some of these islands where we've got viewpoints right now. We were looking at Martinique just then. This is Barbados, which is the first place to have entered the hurricane warning zone, although the storm is still a fair distance away, but it is moving relatively quickly. Let's open the floor to the rest of the team right now. I don't know if anyone's spotted anything or would like to bring anything up right now.
If I can, Nathan?
Yes, Chris, go ahead.
So it's kind of on what you brought up about storm surge and localized flooding. Yeah, guys, when you have a storm like this, especially with them forecasting it to become a major, if you live in a flood-prone area, please don't go out and try to, go into the floodwaters because that only puts yourself and others at risk. I can't say the amount of time that I've seen somebody do that and then first responders have had to go out and get them. So if you're in an area that's prone to flooding and you're put under a flash flood warning or an evacuation order, please listen to them. They're there to save lives.
Now let me try and get some a wider satellite imagery that we can show possibly all three systems on the same viewpoint. That might be quite difficult. They're spread around quite a lot. Let's see. I think we'll have to zoom out all the way, but you can see a little thing here and all of the systems that we're watching right now. On the left hand side there is this, it'll hopefully animate in just a second, but you can see that big cluster of storms, which is Invest 94L. A significant chance of formation even on that system now, a 50% chance that's been given, and I would agree with that. Could become a brief tropical cyclone near the coast of Veracruz, Mexico. It's deciding it doesn't want to animate for some reason, but that's a viewpoint of the Atlantic, pretty much up to date right now. Beryl, of course, in the middle of all that there, on the right, sort of right of centre. There it is, the animation now. And further to the right there, right near the end, near the coast of Africa, that is the beginnings of that next system. It could be doing a little bit of a tag team with Beryl, and could also become a hurricane itself and maybe move a little bit further north. The latest GFS is suggesting that it could turn northwards quite early on in the eastern Caribbean and then move north and deliver lots of rainfall through Puerto Rico and move out over the Atlantic. So that's an interesting scenario. Significant chance of forming right now, over half chance, so it looks like that may well happen. But that's the situation across the Atlantic right now. It is the basin that always seems to give a lot, doesn't it, these days? The rest of the world is pretty dormant, and we have this hurricane and two potential threatening storms as well. The only other thing that may form in the next 7 days is a little eastern Pacific disturbance off the coast of Mexico that has a 20% chance of development right now. Let's take a look at some questions then. When is the last time that a major hurricane struck the lower Lesser Antilles? Let's go with the Windward Islands. A major hurricane. I'm trying to think about this because I don't think Maria counts. That was further north. Sorry?
I was gonna say Hurricane Maria, but I forgot that was more up north.
Yeah, I mean major hurricanes down here are very rare.
In fact, I don't think there has been any system forecasted at this intensity to impact this area on record.
I'm not sure about that.
The closest that comes to it is Ivan and Allen, but neither of them cracked over, as far as I can recall, at the intensity anticipated right now.
No, but I mean, I don't really want to get hung up in whether they actually made landfall or not, because these islands are, pretty hard to hit. They're quite small. Alan, of course, delivered Category 3 conditions to Barbados and St. Lucia and St. Vincent, I think. Just looking at some of the charts right now, and quite a few other storms. But yes, south of Martinique, it is very rare. It is only Alan and Ivan that have been Category 3s through those islands.
And I think the 1780 Great Hurricane also went through that area, though.
Well, yes, looking further back, you could look at that one as well, but we don't really have... well, of course, it caused huge damage and suggested winds of possibly up to 190, 200 miles per hour in Barbados, or maybe gusts. And I also remember the 1831 hurricane in Barbados as well, but I'm not sure how strong that one actually was. And then you also had a few others way back in history too, but I think they were further north as well. So no, really, it is just a couple that have managed to form down here and become this strong. Having said that,
Yeah.
given how relatively small Beryl is, and if it became a Category 3, in days gone by, if it, if the major hurricane conditions missed the islands slightly, then perhaps they wouldn't have known it was ever a major. So there's a possibility it may have happened in the past, but the small size of Beryl is a positive for it right now, and it will help its strengthening phase.
Nathan, may I add with the hurricane winds? I just want to talk about the arrival time of tropical storm force winds. So I'm not sure if this updated or not, but by Sunday
it'll still be mostly relevant, I think.
Yeah. So by Sunday 8 p.m. or evening, I think probably I'm not sure if it's close to. I think it's 90 or 80% chance of tropical storm force winds reaching Barbados, and then I mean I can't tell if it's like midnight before it hits the tropical storm force winds start reaching the Windward Islands.
Early hours of Monday morning and late Sunday night in Barbados.
Yeah, I was doing that. Like probably around 90-80% chance of seeing that.
The chances are pretty high, 83% in Barbados right now.
80, okay. I'm just looking at the National Hurricane Center. It doesn't show night, but I can't tell. But 50 knot winds.
Yep, those are the stronger winds there, 60 mile per hour winds.
Yeah, 60% chance of seeing it in near Barbados and the Windward Islands, and then we got hurricane force winds. Pretty low, but I think it's because of the size of it. That's the reason why it's kind of low. I can't tell.
That there's still a 40% for St. Vincent and the Grenadines there.
Yeah.
So 40% chance of hurricane conditions is a pretty high percentage for something like that.
Because I'm just starting to think it's because of the size of the hurricane right now, that it's so small that maybe mostly of the hurricane force winds would be mostly in the eye. But yeah, it might grow. We just don't know yet.
All right. Justin, are you here with us right now?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm back. Speaking of Beryl,
we haven't heard much from you. I just wanted to let you.
I went AFK. That's why.
I know you did. I just want to let you run for a little bit because I'm actually going to be running away just for a few minutes here. So I'm going to leave it with you just for a sec.
Hey,
and give your thoughts.
First things first, I'm going to just mention this off topic. We had a lot of rain here today. We had 1.32 inches of rainfall here today. Anyways, I'm back on topic. I just thought I'd get that out of the way real quick. Speaking of Beryl, the latest intermediate advisory should be out relatively soon, as well as the latest tropical weather outlook from the National Hurricane Center. And as you can tell in the satellite imagery of Beryl right now, there is some light shear affecting the eastern side of it, although it seems to be fighting it off pretty well right now. So, either way, Beryl is already exceeding expectations from the National Hurricane Center and a lot of other people as well, including myself. So, for those in the path of Beryl, get prepared to evacuate now before it's too late. I will be right back again, just for a brief moment.
Yeah. So this system, what we're currently seeing with it, there is also going to be a lot of rainfall with it, especially in the St. Vincent and the Grenadines area. We're expecting somewhere near 200 to 300 millimeters, which is around 8 to 12 inches. Maximum, more likely, we're going to see more like 6 to 8 inches and 150 to 200 millimeters, but those likely will be offshore. What we're going to see on land is probably more closer to 100 and to 150 millimeters, which isn't the highest amount we've seen with tropical cyclones, but definitely still is enough to cause flash flooding issues in the St. Vincent and Grenadines and Barbados area.
All right, I'm told that I think there's a new tropical weather outlook that's been produced.
Already?
Now-
That was quick.
Probably
Yep.
30
Now,
knots.
the tropical weather outlooks put out the percentage chances for potential storms. They haven't changed, though. It's still 50% for the system near Central America and 70% chance they're giving in 7 days for that system behind Beryl.
Maybe just give it about 5 minutes to update on your end.
Fun fact: I'm the next named storm.
What's that?
I said, fun fact: I am the next named
Oh
storm.
yes, Chris, you are. The next name on the list is indeed Chris. Beryl,
It's
of
not
course,
Christian.
the second storm and first hurricane of the season, and it is the first time we've seen hurricane warnings this year as well. And that is right now for this storm. Let's take a look at some more comments right now. Brady says, what are our thoughts on the high amount of oceanic heat content ahead of Hurricane Beryl? Well, absolutely. Pretty much exactly along its forecasted track is where we have some high amounts of oceanic heat content. Now, you often see them on our tropical weather bulletins. Let me bring it up again for you right now for those who aren't familiar, and take a look at some of this. And I'm just loading it up here. So, all of those red zones, those are the areas where there's a lot of heat energy, and that did not go as planned. It's a bit cut off because of how my screen is, but you can see very high amounts of oceanic heat content there, near Jamaica particularly, and south of Hispaniola. A little bit less, but still high amounts southeast of Puerto Rico, around Barbados and slightly north of there. The storm itself a little bit south of that, so not quite as much oceanic heat content there, but still the temperatures are good. But later on, those numbers go pretty sky high.
I believe.
Yeah.
No, I'm looking at the sea surface temperature right now on my side. I pretty much think that it's on like 29 degrees. Is it Celsius? Yes, Celsius.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
won't be
28.
Fahrenheit.
It definitely would be Fahrenheit.
Oh, Fahrenheit.
Oh my god, if it were Fahrenheit, hell would
Yes,
be
it's
over.
Celsius.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But
Yeah, I
those
think
temperatures
it's,
pretty good there. 28, 29.
Right there.
You got a couple patches of 30 in there too.
Yeah, one or two little areas there. The storm might hit one of those, but look around Puerto Rico, those temperatures are higher there, aren't they?
Yeah.
By the way, latest tropical weather outlook came out. No change in either area of interest. By the way.
Thanks for that. We did cover that a few
So,
minutes ago.
Nathan, what is the reasoning behind using Celsius over Fahrenheit?
Not mostly.
Because
used
it's used
What,
everywhere else in the world.
in general?
And yeah, in like a general, like why wouldn't you use Fahrenheit instead of Celsius instead of Fahrenheit?
I have no idea. I'll be honest with you.
Fahrenheit.
Because it makes sense.
I actually think Fahrenheit's better. Yep.
Same.
I'm also used to that, so that's why I'm
And,
used to Fahrenheit.
I'm surrounded by idiots.
And I grew up with Celsius. I mean,
I grew up with Fahrenheit instead of Celsius.
So are we gonna ignore the fact, Christian, just that I'm surrounded by idiots? What the heck?
but you can be more precise with Fahrenheit without having to use decimal points. That's what I like.
Exactly. Yeah.
That is a valid point. But I
That's
don't
what
know.
I
I
like
just
about
prefer. I just prefer that that 0 is cold, 100 is toasty.
Yeah, but you don't get that with Celsius. 0 is still cold, but 100 degrees and everything's boiling.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's mainly because of scientific reasons.
Yes.
You know,
But that's a discussion
Fahrenheit's
for another
more
day, I think.
practical for public. Yeah.
The way did we already talk about wind shear?
Well, what is going on with wind
Yeah,
shear
I'm
right
looking
now?
at it right now.
It doesn't look like. I mean, right now the wind shear is obviously affecting it on its eastern side. However, it's
Oh,
holding up
yes.
well, and as it keeps going west, the conditions will continue to improve overnight and tomorrow and the following day. The concern that I have right now, and a lot of meteorologists discussing right now, is the wave breaking in the Western Caribbean. A lot of trends have made it less detrimental. Overall, the atmosphere has, in modeling, improved for tropical cyclone activity. Um, it's become more hospitable as of right now. The trends have been looking that way, and if Beryl does hold up, I think there's a good chance that it will actually remain a hurricane once it gets over there. Um, so we're getting some clarity on that, but unfortunately, not the clarity that we want to hear right now.
True. I mean, but with the size of Beryl is like surprising because I normally hear that with high wind shear going against a small system, it can like shred it like completely, and like instead of a big.
Yeah, it's just a circumstantial shear. I mean, it's possible that the system will be not able to strengthen, and it is also likely, as the National Hurricane Center currently has it, weakening. But the problem is how much will it weaken, because that will determine if it goes into Belize and Honduras, or will it be able to go trek into the northern Yucatan and then potentially into the Gulf of Mexico, which from there it's too
Yeah,
difficult to
there's
speculate anything.
the wind shear in the Yucatan and I think the Caribbean Sea is like high by 30 to 25 knots. That's what's affecting 94L if I'm correct. That's
Yeah,
affecting developing.
Mhm. It's
Yeah.
expected to improve with time. The question is by how much, and will there be enough shear once Beryl moves over there? If how much detriment will it actually have on the system? It is a small system, and that means that they are more susceptible um, to shear and dry air. So those are things that are worth considering. Um, However, it's not always the case that that will be effective enough on tropical cyclones. So it's kind of like everything after Hispaniola is kind of a big question mark. But besides that, I mean, the environment right now is there for Beryl to take advantage of a conducive environment that's favorable for rapid intensification. And so the question is, how much will it rapidly intensify before it gets to St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Barbados?
So some more questions right now. Still Light says, how fast is Beryl moving right now? Somewhere around 20 miles per hour, maybe slightly higher than that.
22.
That's on the last advisory.
Oh, that
Still
is.
moving nearly due west, just
Yeah.
slightly north of west. I think I would make it. So it's looking pretty decent. Moving at a decent pace.
If it does, wait, I'm not sure like when is the next advisory because I forget like the
We have
order.
our intermediate advisory in a few minutes. That will give us. They don't update the track on the intermediate advisory, but they give you a position update and any warnings, and sometimes they change the intensity as well if they find reason to. Interesting to see on this satellite imagery behind me right now that the cloud tops, the hot towers there aren't quite as hot, but still you can clearly see the circular rotation there where the eye would be right now. It's underneath that sort of black circle that's trying to close itself off.
Yeah. And also another interesting thing to know, you could tell the shear on the eastern end is not becoming as noticeable too, so.
Oh, I don't know. I think it's still quite the same.
Yeah, it's just the only difference in structure is that it's rounding itself out a little bit
The
more.
Canadian aviation guy, please don't spam in the chat. Thank you.
Oh gosh, I just looked down and I saw that.
Will it affect the Cayman Islands? It could. I mean, Cayman Islands is up to about 44% chance of storm force winds now, so you're nearly at half chance. So I would say there's a decent possibility that you'll get some storm force winds, but don't spam questions because you'll get timed out.
And one question is, Nathan, if this does manage to hold itself together by the time it gets into the Gulf of Mexico, which I doubt it probably won't. I'm not sure. We just got to worry about recurrents along the coast of the Gulf Coast, since that's normally
the Gulf Coast.
one. Yeah, since it's normally not normally normally the number one killer of after there's like a hurricane off the way offshore.
And not to mention the rip currents
Yeah.
from on these islands, and a storm surge they're expecting of up to 5 to 7 feet possibly. So that's something that we've actually not mentioned, and we perhaps understating that a little bit at the moment. David Vella, welcome aboard.
Yeah, hello. So, it's kind of a complete switch around from what we saw a few weeks ago. So, obviously, one of the biggest concerns with this season was overall, sea surface temperatures, especially early on, because everything was looking perfect for a potentially not necessarily a quantity type of season, but more of a quality season in terms of intensification and category intensities and all that. I think we're already beginning to see that. And we're already seeing this based on the fact that we already have a hurricane in the main development region on June 29th, 2024. This has already broken a record. It's already broken a record. It's the last time we saw something like a hurricane in the main development region this far east was 1933. And 1933 was pretty active for a season that we don't necessarily have the perfect data on.
Sure.
So this season, Beryl alone, for me, my biggest worry for Beryl is how fast this intensifies. Because depending on how fast this is intensifying, rapid intensification was in the forecast. It wasn't really in the forecast until I believe yesterday, according to the ship's guidance. So rapid intensification is already happening. Could potentially continue on.
Oh yeah, look at this latest image. The eye is clear to see exactly where it's going to be there.
It's extremely impressive.
That's your eye right there developing.
Some cloud towers might be blowing up sooner or later.
Oh yeah, you can definitely see it.
Yeah.
It already has that developed eye wall. It just needs to get that eye created.
Yeah. Which is
cleared.
I mean,
cleared.
Is there any Saharan dust nearby besides up north?
Because I feel like there is plenty all around the vicinity of the storm, but it is protected by a bit of a chunky band there on its northwest.
Because I'm not sure, just by looking at the radar, there was like some kind of opening, like on the western side.
Radar?
Yeah.
It's just like kind of like a big opening, then it just closes. Because
there's no radar there though.
No, not radar.
I think it's talking about satellite imagery,
okay.
but I think that's just natural convection, just waning and waxing and waning, pretty much. I mean, there might be little gaps here and there, but overall, it's just all about structural improvement, which has been doing all day.
Yeah, that's one thing. Need some blow-ups after that, but
we will be hearing from the National Hurricane Center shortly with their 8 p.m. intermediate advisory. What are we expecting? Many changes, do we think, or are they going to keep it? I'm just baffled how slow the authorities are being with issuing hurricane warnings right now. The protocol is within 48 hours of hurricane conditions. We're now well within 36 hours, and still most of the islands don't have a warning yet.
Yeah, it's kind of alarming.
That's
Yeah,
something I
that-
did
Thanks.
Kind
notice.
of surprising though.
The part that, as we wait for the NHC to update, I'm going back to the discussion part of the advisory. A strong subtropical wind should keep the hurricane moving generally west
Well,
at
it is, yep.
only a slightly slower forward speed for the next couple of days. That's point 2. This motion should take Beryl across the Windward Islands.
And pardon to interrupt you, David. The advisory is out.
Yeah, I just saw.
I don't actually have
Stand
it
by
yet.
while I get it.
Yeah.
Sam, NHU.
80 miles per hour
Yeah,
sustained pressure,
they've
990
gone-
degrees.
Oh, 80 miles per hour.
per hour there. So a further upgrade in the storm's intensity at 8 p.m. I don't have any other info here at this point, only that it's moving west at 22 miles per hour, pressure of 990 millibars, forecast to intensify quickly into a major hurricane. So I don't know if they've issued any new warnings.
I
That's
hope
still
they
pretty
do
early
because
on.
the
That's
watch
what
has
I'm-
been here for a while.
Really most conscious about personally, but we'll I'm in charge of all the graphics here as well,
Oh,
so
actually,
it might
yeah.
take a little while for me to...
Yeah, Nathan, we do have new warnings. The government of France has issued a tropical storm warning for Martinique. The government of St.
Oh.
Lucia has issued a hurricane warning for St. Lucia.
Finally.
Government of Barbados
Expected.
has issued a hurricane warning for St. Vincent and the Grenadine Islands. And the government of Trinidad and Tobago has issued a hurricane warning for Grenada and a tropical storm warning for Tobago.
Okay, good. So
There you go.
they've issued all the warnings then.
So
and-
we now have hurricane warnings in effect for Barbados, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadine Islands, and Grenada. Tropical storm warning for Martinique and Tobago, and a tropical storm watch for Dominica.
Right, remind me, what advisory number is this? 5A, right?
Yeah,
It's
Yeah.
5A.
5A.
I don't have
80
that
miles
yet.
per
I
hour,
only have advisory
990 millibars.
5.
That's what I'm trying to find.
That's what I'm trying to find.
Mostly, I
don't know.
kind of follow the National Hurricane Center on Twitter, but I
If you
did got it.
look, if you look on the main page of the National Hurricane Center, it shows part of 5A.
Yeah,
But
it
when
just
you
says 70
click on
knots on
Beryl,
land.
it
Then
goes
you
to
click on it,
advisory
it goes to the
5.
wrong advisory.
Yeah, it hasn't updated yet.
Alright, so give it about 5 or so minutes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd give it 5 minutes. Normally, most National Weather Service products and NOAA products take over 5 minutes to actually load for public users. Anyways, so yeah, there we go. You have new warnings have been issued. Okay, so they actually are issuing the warning before that, which is a relief. I personally would have done my preparations done by this morning probably, but there wasn't much certainty whether or not there was going to be a big hurricane out there, but now we're pretty much certain there will be.
this was forecasted for some time though.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, probably it was. I wasn't on yesterday. I just knew there was Tropical Storm Beryl. Okay.
We're just waiting for the confirmation of that update right now. It looks like they're being a little bit slow, but we believe hurricane warnings and tropical storm warnings have been issued for pretty much all of those areas that we were talking about under watches earlier on. And that's the sensible thing to do. We're just looking at a few more satellite views of the storm right now whilst we wait for any further info, and then we'll be updating some of our graphics at the bottom and on the left side of some of our panels. But we will continue to discuss the storm over the next few hours until the 11 p.m. advisory, and then we'll be calling it a night after that cone comes out. And then we'll be back all over again tomorrow with a tropical weather bulletin at around 7 or 8 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time tomorrow morning.
Trying to wake up
Nathan,
at 5.
I do.
What did you
Go ahead, David.
I was just going to ask Nathan, looking at the satellite imagery, what's your honest impressions of it?
It's getting, well, what I was talking about just before, the appearance in the last half hour is rapidly changing. You are starting to see opposite hot towers starting to churn up around the eye, and it is going to start to appear much more clear in the next few hours if it keeps up like this, and I think it will.
I do notice that those rain bands are beginning to wrap around the center a little bit too. So, the higher rain bands, that is.
One of the things I've noticed with this storm was this storm ever since prior to it, ever since it was at high invest, it's looked really well. It's looked really well for a June type MDR system. So the satellite presentation has been there for quite a while. Now that we're getting these tropical characteristics, now you're beginning to see the consequence of having a really well built, much more compact system. It's still a bit, weak on and it's still very susceptible to dry air if that band goes away. But this storm is pretty much a consequence of this is what we get when you have a really good looking system in general in very warm areas. We're approaching areas of really good oceanic heat content. So we're still a bit far away until this system can, start dying down a little bit. So the estimation right now, 120 miles per hour, I completely agree with this. I've seen some people talk about, potentially category 4. I really don't think that'll happen. But apart from that, the presentation on this system has always been here. If you look back yesterday in the morning, prior to this being named, it looked really, really good. And it's just insane how this really good system popped out in June in the main development region. Again, far easternly hurricane since 1933, I believe.
Just piecing that advisory together, the only location that hasn't changed, apart from Barbados, which is already under a warning, is Dominica, which is still under a tropical storm watch, and all the other places have been upgraded. So if you're under a watch before, you are now under a warning.
So it's still tracking west.
275 degrees, which is almost due west, which is still, quite low. It really should be starting to turn north, and I've not seen the cone yet, but I imagine that it is still trending south of forecast, actually.
Nathan, I'll post a cone in live discussion.
I'll be able to bring up the cone in just a sec at my end here. I'm just trying to get some of our graphics updated. But let's throw it to this National Hurricane Center forecast, and you can hear a few dings going on in the background.
There we go.
It actually is only slightly south of expected, not by much. So it's not too far away from expectations there on that latest update. And obviously they don't update the whole cone there, it's just the position update there.
So they'll update the cone at the main 11 p.m.
That's the one.
Is that right?
That's the one. And obviously you can see the new colours there showing all of those hurricane warnings now, and some of those tropical storm warnings marked in blue. So just to reiterate once again, hurricane warning now for Barbados, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada, a tropical storm warning for Martinique and Tobago, and a tropical storm watch for Dominica. Okay.
I don't know if you guys have seen this. I'm going to post it in live discussion. But the score, the T score, is for final is now 4.4.
Okay. That seems reasonable. I'd also like to thank the Awesome Guys World. Thanks very much for supporting us this evening. saying that everyone should subscribe to us. I mean, I don't want to push anyone, but if you want to keep up to date with all of our updates, we're all across social media and here on YouTube, of course. Let's having a look at any other comments there that I just want to pick out. Any opinions on the recent HWRF runs, which I think have been producing some pretty crazy stuff, if I'm not mistaken?
Alright, let me see this.
Uh-oh.
And when we get to see that particular model run, what can we draw from it?
Probably not a huge amount.
And Nathan, would you agree that this Beryl is doing a bit of wobbling?
Well, the National Hurricane Center have always been saying that it's been wobbling. I'm not actually seeing that much of a wobble going on right now. It looks pretty steady at the moment, just slightly north of west, almost due west. Once again, this is the view from Barbados, which is still pretty calm tonight, and it will be during most of tomorrow as well. It will just be tomorrow evening when things really start to ramp up here, and overnight, Sunday night into Monday, it's going to get very inclement, and we are expecting possibly hurricane force winds in Barbados. We're not fully sure yet. If it does just keep a little bit further south of that forecast, yeah, you might just avoid those hurricane force winds in Barbados, but we'll have to see.
At 11 p.m., what do we think the central pressure will be?
Well,
I think 988 millibars, something like that.
Yeah, I'm rolling like 985 to 990. Yeah.
we've no idea what the pressure actually is without direct observations, but they'll probably try and go for continuity and probably about 988.
So I'm looking at that HWRF model. Yeah,
This can't be good.
it looks like the 18Z. The 18Z does have it a little bit weaker. I can't really tell because it hasn't fully loaded yet, but it still says it will reach 947 millibars. That will probably be 125 knots, which I believe is somewhere near 140 miles per hour. So
Yeah.
45.
that would be mid-end
145.
Category 4. So I don't know if it's forecasted. The problem is where it's saying the most likely part of it will be Category 5 is near Hispaniola, which is where a lot of that wind shear is going to be. So I don't think that's a very likely scenario. It does seem like it's going to weaken on approach to the Hispaniola island.
Well, for now, I'm going to say bogus on that one.
Yeah, it completely disregards wind shear, really.
Well, there you go.
What hour are we looking at, hour mark, on that model run for Cat 5 in the location?
Probably, let me just make sure. Probably 90. Forecast hour 90.
We continue to watch this rapid scan infrared imagery right now of what appears to be an eye consolidating there and significant cloud tops blowing up all around it right now. Still looking a little bit lacking on the western side, but it looks like it will fill up any moment here. And I think the next hour in particular is going to be quite telling on what we're going to see on the
that
satellite
eye
imagery.
is forming rather quickly too, by the way.
Nathan, can you call me crazy, but can you fact check this for me? It looks like on the latest scan, at least on Tropical Tidbits, it looks like there's a new little burst of convection just towards the south of where that eye is.
No, I see what you're looking at, by the way. I see it as well.
Hold up.
The little burst of convection just fired up there.
Oh, okay, I see it.
All right,
Where would
what's the significance on that?
I'm not sure, honestly.
Okay.
Probably still
I'm still
intensifying.
struggling with having an eye.
Probably
Is it
finishing
like-
its eye wall, I'm guessing.
Probably, yeah.
I mean, it's mostly completed at the moment, but it's just finishing its final circulation, I'm guessing.
Wow, that's nice.
I'm
Beryl is clearing out an eye at kind of an alarming rate right now.
Oh yeah, it definitely has that eye shape to it in the center.
Yeah.
So I think we're gonna get an eye very soon, probably by the end of this live stream or something.
Yeah, probably by the end of the night, yeah.
You just have to pardon me for a minute whilst I update some of the stuff.
No, but really though, I mean, it's starting to take a form of an eye soon.
It's there, isn't it? And it's a shame we don't have Recon to tell us much more about this storm right now. I'm sure it's not their fault, but
I think
we are.
I think they should start leaving some of the recon planes in Puerto Rico just in case, and then some in the United States.
Well, sometimes they take off from St. Croix, don't they?
Sometimes, yeah.
So, I think.
I think it was because when the plan was made in. I think it was because when the plan was made on Friday, they were just expecting a strong tropical storm on Sunday. Not this.
True. I mean, it wasn't a surprise. That's the thing about tropical storms. Like, we don't know exactly the strength until all of a sudden, like the next day, you see a Category 3 hurricane already coming towards you, and that's like, you can't just believe a certain strength and then not knowing the true potential of a tropical storm and a hurricane can be sooner or later.
All right,
that's what it's
got a few things done here, so let's just do a roundup once again on this situation. So the 8 p.m. advisory came out, and Beryl is now up to 80 mile per hour winds and an estimated pressure of 990 millibars. Hurricane warnings have been issued now for St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada. They were already in effect for Barbados. A tropical storm warning now for Martinique and Tobago, and a tropical storm watch for Dominica. Pressure 990. A lot of those warnings coming straight into effect right now. Tropical storm conditions expected and hurricane conditions expected in those warning zones by Sunday night. So preparations need to be well underway. Sunday will be your last chance during daylight hours before the storm reaches after dark. Movement right now is somewhere around 20 to 22 miles per hour, just slightly, very slightly north of west. And this is Hurricane Beryl, which is intensifying, and they are expecting it to become a major hurricane quickly, in their words. In other words, probably major hurricane status by, their forecast says, early hours of Monday. Probably give it 24 hours then, I suppose.
Yes.
If you've got any comments or questions for us, start your message with Force 13 all in text. It's quite a busy one tonight, so I'm not sure we'll be able to get all questions seen to, but we'll try. Will it defy high expectations like Otis? A question there. It's not going to be another Otis, but I'm questioning if it will happen like that. Well, I think there's going to be a lower ceiling on this, but who knows?
It's already defying expectations, so...
Another similar question there is, could Hurricane Beryl do something similar to Hurricane Otto in 2016? You remember that one? That was a Category 3 landfall in Central America, Nicaragua. Well, it's not going to end up that far south, that's for sure, but it could still track towards the Yucatan, maybe even towards Belize or Honduras, if it takes the low end of the cone. In fact, let's throw it back to that cone there. I'm not sure where else we can draw a comparison to Otto, but that one developed pretty quickly as it moved towards the coast, and this one is sort of in a much different situation, but it is indeed developing quickly. More comments there. Stanley says, Yucatan, possible impacts next week. There it is on the edge of the cone on Thursday. The next 5 days, Cozumel has a 12% chance of tropical storm conditions, and I fully expect that those chances will increase as it gets closer to the time, as the storm moves on westwards. Will Beryl make landfall as a Category 3 or a Category 2? Well, it might not make landfall at all, but it's likely to pass through or near those islands as a Category 3. And how likely is a Texas landfall? I would say...
So people got freaked out because they saw this main model and go with that. Honestly, I would wait for it because, yeah, the GFS has had some wild model inconsistencies with this system. So I wouldn't believe one model run, and unless it starts being consistent, then that's where you start asking like whether it'll make landfall or not. But right now, I doubt it.
Yeah, I've actually just seen the latest GFS model run. That's even worse than the last one.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, a long tracking hurricane moving through all of the areas of high oceanic heat content and then making landfall in southern Texas as a probably Category 3.
Yeah, that's not what we want.
Nathan.
So I don't know.
Actually, this might be a little. If this was to verify, which I don't think it will personally, but if this was to verify, this would be the strongest landfall. I think this would be a little bit farther south than Corpus, so I don't know. I'm trying to think of towns there. Probably near Valle. This is probably the strongest landfall in general in the Texas coastline since Harvey, but this was like way weaker. This will not be a Harvey. I don't know why people try to. I saw these people on Twitter making these people on Twitter making these these posts being like, this is gonna be the next Harvey. No, it's not. I don't even think the GFS is gonna go with this.
People like to grab hold of the first comparison they can think of.
I don't even think the GFS is gonna do this like at 0Z. So I don't know why people are freaking out already.
Yeah, big question marks over where it ends up. And that forecast there that was calling for a strong landfall in Texas, that even included a passage through the Yucatan as well. So it's really up in the air, that one. And I'm not sure.
It wants to rapidly intensify. It wants to drop 10 millibars in 6 hours.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to tell you. I think all we can really look at the moment is the 5-day cone. And I think beyond that is a little bit unhelpful because we don't really have the data.
One interesting thing with that, though, I feel like they keep pushing that time frame if it would make landfall in Texas sooner. Because originally it was like July 11th. But now
It's all
July.
going sooner because it's going faster than expected and has been from the beginning. So everything's getting pulled back.
It's going to be interesting to see.
It's very unlikely that will occur, at least at that strength. I mean, it could reach Texas, but I just don't think at that strength.
Jinxed it.
Yeah, I won't.
Once again, back to our live view from Martinique right now, which has just been put under a hurricane. Oh no, still under a tropical storm warning. Beg my pardon there, for Martinique right now. And looking back at Barbados, live camera right now, showing the view there, and they were under a hurricane warning this morning. And that continues now alongside St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Grenada. All of those islands of the Windward Islands look like they're going to get a pretty substantial hurricane impact, and it's only getting closer. Let me give you a little, if possible, position estimate right now. And I would say, trying to get a good read on this, it's just about to just about to reach the 1,000 kilometer mark from Barbados now. So, drawing closer, about 650 miles away from Barbados. The floor's open for any of our team if you want to chip in right now. We're just looking at some of the cameras as well as satellite imagery.
It's going to be interesting to see it's in the next NHC update at 11 p.m. Yeah, the big one. But I think we're going to see a few. I was going to say surprises, but we haven't had a look at the steering ridges, like what's going on upstairs. The 850 millibars, I think the 200 and 700 millibar levels. We know there's a trough that's impacting, according to what the NHC said, and it's, I think, 5 p.m. advisory.
Comment there about what are our thoughts on the area of interest behind Beryl. We've touched on it once or twice, but let's go back to a wide shot of the Atlantic. And I'm going to have to move my window back again here because it was...
Would that be 95L?
No, that's Beryl now. But this is... let's just refresh this just a sec. Hopefully it works. Just to get the latest imagery. So you can see all three of those systems right now. 94L is that rather broad system now that's producing thunderstorms all across Mexico mainly on the left hand side. 50% chance of forming that. Beryl, of course, in this just to the top left of my head there, and right above me is the other area of interest that's just starting to take shape now in the far eastern Atlantic there. A few reds appearing on satellite imagery. That's the one that's behind Beryl and could become a hurricane itself as it heads towards, well, in a similar footsteps really of Beryl, a similar track, only that it looks like that one will be more susceptible to a recurve. Also, incidentally, you can see some big thunderstorms blowing up across the central United States right now, right near the top of that image. So, certainly a busy picture across the Atlantic and Americas region right now. If you've just joined us, Beryl is up to 80 mph winds from the National Hurricane Center Advisory. We're in the process of updating our graphics. Quite hard to do when I'm broadcasting at the same time, but the left bar will update shortly as we continue to watch this storm move on towards the west. And beautiful imagery here, the rapid scan showing more cloud tops or hot towers blowing up all around where we suppose the eye is. And if we just stop that frame there and just to make fully sure, it looks like the eye is going to be around here. And you just watch it circle into the current image, and that gives you a view of what the eye is looking like right now. Western side still has a little bit of work to do, but it's looking better over that area, it has to be said. So
you're saying the eye is... Yeah, I was still trying to work out exactly where it is, but I appreciate the...
you saw me draw the little circle, yeah.
Yeah, we would go back to that, Nathan, because I'm looking at the stream, and I've been looking at other if you don't mind, and I've been looking at other satellite imagery, but now you're looking at the red. Yeah, no.
Yeah, those very high cloud tops that are occurring there. North side looks like it's just gotten away from itself a little bit. South side still really churning up those very high cloud tops in a few little spots right now. Skeletor Titan says, when does a disturbance become an invest? Well, that's usually at the discretion of the US Navy, which designate invests using their automated tropical cyclone system, ATCF. And so really there's no real difference. It's just that when they see fit to designate an invest and give it a tag, a label, circling from 90 to 99 depending on the basin, and from then they start to be able to produce model runs a little bit more easily on that as well. So it can help, but in real terms, there's no real difference between a disturbance and an actual invest label. Are there any thunderstorms in Beryl? Well, a tropical storm is, loads of thunderstorms smashed together, basically, and I suppose you might be asking more about lightning. There were a few lightning flashes earlier on today. I've not checked lately, so that's something we can go and look at right now on NOAA's star imagery, where we can take a look at the lightning mapper. If the website's working, I think we're struggling with it right now, but if we can get that imagery to you, I will do so. Is there any chance of Beryl becoming a Category 3 tomorrow? And if so, will it increase the likeliness or likelihood of Category 4 status? Look back at the National Hurricane Center cone, and they are forecasting a Category 3. Well, very late tomorrow night. It is technically into Monday morning there, although it could be sooner than that. I reckon at this rate it will be a Category 3 by tomorrow. And if it does that, could it become a Category 4? Well, it's not out of the question. I still think it's a bit of a stretch, but you certainly can't rule it out completely. Justin.
Yes.
Welcome back. So you saw the updates there. Any further takeaways from that you want to bring up?
It looks like Beryl's it's trying to develop more hot towers in the southeastern, southeastern portion of the Iowa. Although shear is affecting it a little bit, and it does look to be struggling. I also want to take note of this. Looks like there was some dry air entrainment on the western side, but it looks to be that dry air looks to be getting shut down now, as convection's all overspreading it.
Yeah.
At least somebody else is saying it's been struggling, because that's the way I'm looking at it. Even though the NHC has it deepening, but it's got a long way. Where's the black? I'm looking at the rainbow. I know I'm not on the right one, but okay, the RB top. Mm-hmm. There's quite a bit of white in it, Nathan. What does that represent?
I don't know without actually seeing what you're looking at. I assume you're talking about.
Later?
I assume you're talking about high cloud tops on that.
Would that be white? And what's the black?
Is it black with white in the middle of it?
Yes. But
so the small area of whites that you'll be seeing would be the very high cloud tops, the hot towers, the general black area. Yes, Jose?
My bad, just moving my desk around because I'm starting to get back pain.
I didn't know it could be so noisy. Some of the larger black areas will be the general convective cloud cover that will be associated with that storm. I don't think I can get... Hold on. Can we get the lightning on here? Oh, yes, we can, actually.
But I agree with Justin. The dry air and struggling to a point.
Yeah,
also
NOAA Star isn't working, so we're going to have to go with this instead, which gives you sort of a crude view of where the lightning is within the storm right now. This is current imagery as well, rapid scan from GOES 16. And those little blobs that you're seeing there are lightning flash extent density. I think they average it out over a 5-minute period. But you can see a fair bit of lightning there on the northwestern side. None of it's on the east. It's all west and in that trailing band of the top side of the storm there. But actually, no lightning detected in the center of the storm right now, which I'm a bit surprised about with all those hot towers. It could be wrong.
I'm actually surprised about
but
that too, honestly.
I don't know how accurate it is, but I would expect that we'd be seeing lightning in the center of it, with it appearing so good on satellite.
I mean, that would correlate towards a greater lightning amount. But I don't know. Does that have something to do with dry air, maybe? I'm unsure.
Well, there won't be dry air right in the middle of that, I don't think.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe
Nathan,
it's...
go on, Mommy.
No, I'm just unsure what the exact reason for that is. I mean, I'm thinking maybe it's due to, like, excess amount of moisture or something like that.
David?
I was just going to say, can you use that magic pen at the diagram? Just paint the... Well, I've got magic pen tool on this computer, but I'm just curious to see where the dry air is coming in, what quadrants.
Oh, well, yeah, that looks pretty simple to me. If we go back through some of this imagery, it looks like when you look through it, during this period in particular, it looks like dry air was sucked in there from the northwest, and it struggled a little bit for a while, and it looks like it's overcome most of that in those latest frames, and it's gotten itself... You know, there might still be a little bit of intrusion here now, but overall, I think it's about to wall itself off, and we'll have a nice little eye feature and eye wall, possibly all the way around. We don't really know. Obviously, we had microwave imagery earlier showing a pretty impressive view of the storm. I don't know how it's changed since then, and that microwave imagery was when? About 4 hours ago now?
Alright, something like that.
Something like that.
Looks like a figure S or that black. That's
And Skelly the Titan, the answer to your question is neither, actually. In the Force 13 bottle that I was just drinking out of, it's a juice, you know. Nothing special.
Force 13 bottle.
Force 13 juice. Anyway, how big is Hurricane Beryl compared to this morning when it was a tropical storm? It's probably only grown a little bit. Just check the... Yes, so this morning, the northeast and northwest quadrants had storm force winds extending out 40 nautical miles. This evening it's 40 and 50. The south side's starting to get some winds there as well. So it's increased its size by about 30 or 40% in terms of winds during the course of today. So it's still grown quite substantially, and it will do a fair bit more. Now, is SRB 13 says, is there any chances for it to hit Jamaica or the Yucatan, or even both? I think right now both might be the closest answer. It looks like, at least on that cone there, it will pass very close to Jamaica one way or another, and it looks like it will head up towards the Yucatan. But it can still change to a significant degree.
So they still have the hurricane at the major level at 1400 hours on Tuesday.
Oh yeah, and that's local time there.
Local time.
Back with the view of Barbados right now. Joanne there, thanks for tuning in there from Dominica. In the south, we're having thunder, lightning, and lots of rain. Well, there were thunderstorms blowing up over that whole region today ahead of this storm, which I found interesting. I'm not sure if that was forecasted, but there were quite a few large thunderstorms. Trinidad, first of all, and then extending out over a lot of the other Windward Islands. What's the average speed of a tropical cyclone? You know what? I did a study a few years back that came up with the answer to that, and I can't remember it.
That's a good question, that one.
But I think the answer is somewhere close to 15 miles per hour.
I was about to suggest 5 as a joke.
No.
Oh, God.
5's
No,
really
the average
slow.
speed of a tropical cyclone is 0 miles per hour. Get it right.
Oh, my goodness. 5's really slow. I should have that data somewhere. I mean, I'm going down a rabbit hole now, but I should have it close by.
Nathan, do you have the Windfield graphic?
What kind of Windfield graphic?
Have you got the NHC? The rainfall chart?
Ah, well, that's something we haven't looked at yet, and I will bring that to you soon. All right, I found it at last. The annual average movement speed, which I did a study on a while back. So the average actually is around 9 knots. So about 10 or 11 miles per hour is the average cyclone movement speed. Yeah, well, the more you know. So let's take a look back at the National Hurricane Center forecast and the rainfall chart graphic, which had a little bit of a makeover this year. New look graphics there. Beryl's total rainfall, and you can see this showing that they're expecting up to and possibly slightly above 6 inches in a few of those areas there. And St. Vincent in particular looks like it might get the highest amount of rain, getting up towards 8 inches, and that would be 200 millimeters. And also looking up towards Hispaniola as well, some of those areas could reach 6 inches as well, but it is lower confidence according to them right now.
I like that graphic.
Yeah, it's a decent graphic.
And yep, it's a good one. And the Windfield, because the reason why I'm asking this is the picture changes as it intensifies further. So the wind field will expand outwards.
Oh, well, yes. I think actually we can show Windfield on this graphic. Just a second, see if we can get this working. There's the little storm rotating icon, that's nice. And I am... Oh, there we go. There's the forecast and the current wind field. So the wider circle there, or oblong, or whatever it is the tropical storm wind field. And the inner one is... I think that's the 50 knot. I don't think that's hurricane.
Yeah, it goes 30. It goes
yeah,
39 knot. No, 34 knot. 50 knot and then 64 knot.
So you see on the forecast there, that little pink area in the center, that's hurricane force winds. And then as we take a look further along the forecast period, the view of the wind field gets bigger. Tropical storm force winds in all of those blue zones at each forecast point. There it is after it goes through the islands.
The 64 knot one there looks like a sideways heart almost.
I knew you would say that. And then after that, it continues on over here. I think they've just extrapolated that out there. I don't think that actually means very much. But certainly by that point there, you've got a substantial hurricane wind field. which extends across all of those islands. Of course, you draw the dots in between as well, so you end up with a wind field, tropical storm force winds that go on and affect all of that area, and the hurricane force wind fields that will go on to affect this area if the forecast is down to the letter correct. Of course, there is wriggle room in every forecast, and those hurricane force winds right in the middle here could end up moving up or down. But the way it's been going, it's shifted down a little bit during the course of today. It could easily shift back up again. And I can't get it off. There it is. Okay, it's off. Yeah, so that's a little story of the Windfield right there, David.
I'm just wondering, when, and getting back to a earlier comment of yours, with the track, when we factor in that it's intensifying, when are we going to see the track move northwards or slightly northwards?
Well, that'll only happen if it starts to move north a little bit more. At the moment, it is not. It is still moving pretty much due west, just slightly north of west. And if that continues, we're only going to see southerly revisions on that forecast cone.
By the way, the awesome guys world, to answer to your question on if there will also be a hurricane by the time it reaches Jamaica, most certainly, yes, it will be.
Yep.
Ooh, and also not Mr. Popular just said ATCF just updated 75 knots, 986 millibar for Beryl.
Wow.
So they actually went higher than what the NHC has right now.
Wow.
Well, yeah, I mean,
interesting.
usually, but not always, the NHC follows suit. We'll have to wait and see whether that happens. And obviously, it's still a little way until we get that advisory, just over 2 hours.
Heck, at this rate, with the way Beryl's intensifying, we might have a Category 2 by tomorrow morning at this rate.
Oh, please don't.
Well, that would be about right, though. If it's going to get the Category 3 within the next 600 miles that it's got, then yeah, it would need to.
Yeah.
And it's picking up speed too, isn't it?
Not much, but it is pretty pacey to begin with. It's about 20 miles per hour movement westwards. So it is a big deal. This is Hurricane Beryl. Currently estimated winds of 80 miles per hour, pressure 990 millibars. A dangerous storm that's heading towards the Lesser Antilles, the Windward Islands, in fact, and is a serious threat. Hurricane warnings, if you've just joined us, were issued for more areas earlier on at that last update. They issued new hurricane warnings for all of those areas that were under watches earlier. It's so all of the locations now under hurricane warnings are Barbados, that's here on this webcam, as well as St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Grenada. A tropical storm warning now for Martinique and Tobago, and a tropical storm watch still for Dominica, the only place that didn't really get an update to their watch that was issued earlier. That's the view in Barbados at this hour, and this is Martinique under that tropical storm warning, and I imagine we'll be looking at both these cameras quite a bit more tomorrow as well. But for the time being, we don't expect to see anything on these cameras tonight. It will stay calm. This storm is still fairly small. Its influence will only get felt rather abruptly as it moves into the area. And with its speed of movement as well, it should pass by pretty quickly too. Let's see if we've got some more questions right now. Are we doing regular updates after the live stream? I don't know what our schedule is yet. we will have a tropical weather bulletin in the morning at around 8 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time. After that, we may do another live event, and I don't know the rest of the schedule yet.
But stay tuned.
Yep, and what's the scheduled flights into the storm? Recon still aren't doing anything until tomorrow morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Couldn't we theoretically do our own recon?
Well, we have the flight simulator, but that only... You can't use that for serious...
yeah, you can only do so much of that, yeah.
Because it fully relies on model data, so... You'll know, if you looked at the model beforehand, you'll know exactly what to expect when you fly into the storm. That's not how the real world works.
You need to get like the generalized feel of what the storm is like, but not like the individual winds and like those specifics.
Yeah.
Hey, you can only do so much with flights, I mean, you know. You can only do so much with it.
Ghost says that we should set up a GoFundMe.
Oh God!
It'll be quite a lot of money, you know.
GoFundMe for what?
I assume to purchase a plane and run it, which would cost a hell of a lot of money. I mean, the recon planes, the recon planes, I think are something. I saw a number a while back. It's I think it was something like $40,000 or $50,000 per mission or something like that. Possibly more.
Good Lord.
Possibly
and
more.
then, well, that is true, but then you've got like maintaining costs as well.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, they cost a lot of money to do every mission out there, and it's,
every single one.
But it's valuable when you when without some of the crucial data that they provide, you know, impacts on land, and we still see, you know, even with all of the information that we have, impacts can run well into the billions of dollars. All right, a question there. How is the AOI near Mexico, and will that be a tropical storm? Ghost says that we should get a cheap used Cessna, possibly. The problem with that, you know...
$500,000, does anybody have that?
Now, you could.
It's not going to be enough to withstand the storm.
Now, you could, but if you flew inside a Category 4 hurricane, about 115 knots, and you're in a Cessna, you will actually be flying backwards.
Oh, God.
You won't make much progress.
That is like way above their top speed.
They can go a bit faster than that. Depends on the plane, I think. But there we go. We're getting a bit off track. But yeah. But those recon planes, of course, the P3 Orions and the Cessna C-130 Hercules, they can typically do up to and possibly above 300 knots. So they can go quite fast.
It's something that just get us a little bit off track right now. I'm exporting this little thing I've been working on behind the scenes, and it's maxing out my computer's memory.
Yeah, not good.
Actually, here we go. A Cessna 172 has a top speed of around 125 miles per hour.
Yeah, tends to.
If you were to fly into a Category 4 hurricane, you wouldn't even go anywhere, pretty much.
I mean, the tailwind would be nice.
Yeah, right.
The headwind, not so much.
Alright. Hurricane Beryl, 80 mile per hour winds right now. We're hearing word that it might get further upgraded, or the numbers get nudged upwards there. Possibly 85 miles per hour at the next advisory, which will be at 11 p.m. And that's when we will see a fully revised cone, and we'll get to see just what this storm is expected to do with that latest view. Well, looking at this satellite imagery, which is always evolving, not looking quite as good as it did before, but it is still showing at least half of that eye wall blowing up large amounts of convective tops, and lots of high cloud in there, that's for sure. and it's very difficult to see what's going on underneath until the eye actually appears. But I really thought we were starting to see an eye earlier that was just about to pop out, but not quite there yet. But feel free to send in more questions whilst we wait. Hurricane Altony Brom was just talking about the AOI near Mexico, and will that be a tropical storm? It could become a very weak tropical storm or depression as it cruises along the coast of Veracruz, and we'll have to see whether that happens. About a 50% chance, so really is a coin toss on that one.
Yeah, correct. If it does, though, it's gonna have to do it quick because it's running out of time.
Pretty quick, within 24 hours. And Ronnie says, how cold are the cloud tops in Beryl right now? I don't get a key on this, so I'm going to go and take a look at some of the Force 13 satellite imagery, which you can access on our website, force13.com/satellite. And I'll take a look at the OTT and see what that's telling me. Oh, there's a few pinks in there, which means that the cloud tops, or there were, the coldest of the cloud tops in there, around the -80 range.
Yeah, a lot of -80s. Well, not a lot, but like some.
What's like the minus? What color is the -90s on the
Yellow. I believe it's yellow.
Yellow.
Yeah.
Ah.
And we've seen that a few times. But there's Beryl right now, as seen from the Force 13 website. You can, and sometimes it's better to take a little bit of a zoomed out look at it. Still a little bit wind sheared on the right side, but it looks like it's winning that battle. But as to be said, I do see that the cloud tops are a little bit lopsided right now on the eastern side. West side needs to chug along a little bit harder there, and possibly still dealing with some dry air.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's something that we're going to be continuing to watch. I really think that is still a little bit of dry air intrusion there, but it is pulling its weight right now, and possibly a little bit stronger at the next update. A question there about storm surge and what its expectation is. The National Hurricane Center telling us that it will be between 5 and 7 feet above normal tide levels in areas of onshore flow near where Beryl makes landfall in the hurricane warning and watch areas. Near the coast, the surge will be accompanied by large and destructive waves. Along with that, up to 6 inches of rain, and of course very strong winds which could exceed 100 miles per hour sustained, and obviously higher gusts by the time it gets there. Reminder of its current position, it's about 1,000 kilometers away from Barbados at this point, so it is creeping ever closer. And just to remind you of what Barbados looks like, there's the view once again. You can see a few waves starting to push in. Well, they were there before, but even at night you can see them out over the water there. That's a live camera in Barbados.
I love what Aaron just said in the chat. One more catastrophic I name storm, I'm gonna lose it.
What is this year's I name?
Isaac, I believe.
Oh dear. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
But at the moment we're on Beryl, and it's not turning out to be a very nice name so far this year.
It's a terrible name.
When was the last time we had a, like, hypothetically speaking, if Beryl did get retired, well, when was the last time we had a B name storm retired, actually? It's actually a really good question.
It is. It is trivia time. I have no idea. What was that?
That was me sitting back down in my seat because I was looking outside. We have a really pretty sunset ongoing currently.
Oh, well, how about that?
Oh, very nice. Yeah, it's pitch black over here. And again,
Yeah,
it's
I'm
like nearly
still
2 in the morning.
thinking about that question that you've just asked there. People are saying Bob in the chat. It could be, and that's a long time ago now. So,
Yeah, list of retired Atlantic hurricane names. Here we go.
of course, we've had a few A names retired, but I can't think of many Bs.
What about C?
For the first
Old
ever sea
ones.
name,
Old ones.
for first ever sea name retired was Connie in 1955.
Yeah.
55.
Nearly 70
What about
years
Hurricane
of
Charlie?
retiring names now.
What about Hurricane Charlie? Wait, are we
Yeah, Charlie.
And then how many? I just remember there was like 3 different honors back in 2022.
There we go. We actually
Wasn't there an
in the-
Anna name back in 2017? Oh wait, no, that was Arlene. My bad.
we
Yes.
had a couple B names
Yeah,
retired in the
Arlene.
60s. Yeah, Betsy in
Yeah.
65 and Bueller in 67.
Yeah, sure.
No B names in the 70s
All
or
right.
the 80s. Bob of 91.
Well, I think we've exhausted that for the time being. Looking back at the
Yep.
latest cone for
Bob was indeed the last one.
Beryl right now.
With the B name retired. 1991, by the way. That was the last time we had a B
1991.
name retired. It was a Category 3 hurricane with a peak of 115 miles per hour.
just like this, Will, it looks like. Just looking at that longer range track once again, it will be Wednesday by the time it reaches Jamaica, and early Thursday for the Cayman Islands, and then on towards Mexico. Of course, there is still room for change on this forecast cone, especially towards the end of it. But in the interim there, we are expecting it to become a major hurricane by early hours of Monday morning, and it could be sooner than that at this rate if it keeps up this intensification rate, which it is doing at a fair pace right now. I mean, where were we this morning? We must have been at about 60 miles per hour.
Yeah, I think
something
it
like
was
that,
yeah.
that new update at.
Or was
I
it
think
50?
It was at. No, I think it was 65 with a new update. I'm not sure. Either
So-
60
Yeah.
yeah. I think
I'll
it was
just do
60.
the intermediate advisory hand from 8 a.m. It was 60, yeah.
Ah.
Okay.
60
I
miles per
think it
hour,
got bumped
999 millibars.
So, 20 mile per hour increase in 12 hours there. That
Yeah,
I mean, what's the
means-
what's the threshold for rapid?
I think it's
That's a good one.
jumping 30 mile per hour jump, I
I
think.
think it's on the edge
That's
of
a
a
lot.
rapid right now. So if it kept going at this rate, it will get to 120 miles per hour at peak, basically. And I suppose that's why they forecasted it, didn't they? In their earlier advisory, the 5 p.m. Interesting to see what they do at their 11 p.m. advisory in a couple of hours. Exactly what they'll... the way it's going right now, I think they may just stick to what they've already got and might not make huge changes. We've already got these hurricane warnings now in place. And I think in terms of shocks and changes, I think the 11 p.m. advisory might be a relatively quiet one this time around. But we'll see.
We will see.
Let's take a look at some further questions right now. How good is the Force 13 website? Should I join? Well, it's not really something you join, it's just something you look at. We've got satellite imagery and all kinds of different views of the whole world on there.
I mean, we've got news articles, satellite imagery. What more could you want?
And Benjamin Brown says that we should Rent a fighter jet and fly it to flight level 500 above Beryl's cloud tops.
Oh
Like level
god.
500? Jeez.
Just flying. I mean, yeah, you gotta figure fighter jets can actually fly that high.
Of course.
Why
Hurricanes.
do you think the military uses them?
Hurricanes and typhoons
Oh,
were
I mean, that's
pictured
true.
by U-2 planes back in the day at 70,000 feet.
Oh god.
Jesus. How high could Concorde fly again?
About 60,000 was its cruise
Yeah.
or ceiling.
That is high.
That is very
Oh,
high.
actually,
And typically,
Dr. Rick and Dr. Rick Lab just saw on Twitter. For those asking if Beryl will strike their town on the Gulf Coast, it is too soon to know and not time to overreact. Too many track, intensity, and size variables over the next week plus. But it's not time to ignore the situation either. Prelim preps only. Help vulnerable and make a plan, basically.
well, on the flip side, if you look back at the GFS ensembles at the moment, I can tell you that only one ensemble makes it to Texas.
Interesting.
Yeah, I've noticed it's actually decreased, so I agree with your position, Nathan.
Now, the system behind it is a different story.
That'll be
so-
96L, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be,
Well,
yes. So, you know, you get the feeling possibly if it's not going to be this storm, then it might be the one behind it, but we'll have to see. We're sort of a little impasse at the moment. There's not a huge amount to talk about. There's not much to see. There's just the camera views that we've got that are ready and waiting in these various places. Martinique there and Barbados. There's no real information coming through. We just keep looking at the satellite imagery frame by frame. Of course, it's nighttime. We don't even get to look at any visibles. So it's mainly taking questions, and it's just looking out for any little updates that we get before the big one from the National Hurricane Center at 11 p.m. Of course, there's no recon planes in the storm right now either, and they haven't done a mission into it yet. We are expecting them to start doing it early tomorrow morning, and it's a real shame that we couldn't get them or that they couldn't fly them in there today. I'm sure there must be reasons for that.
Frustration.
Jay the Weatherman asked, what are the chances of a Category 4? But if I were to guess, me personally, I would say about 30 to 40% right now.
Ooh. Yeah, maybe.
Would you like to expand on that? Your reasoning?
Mainly because of the fact, I only say this for a reason because of the fact, Beryl's already exceeding expectations of what it was going to be originally, so. It's actually forecasting at a rate faster than what was originally said, like originally predicted when the NHC first named it.
That's a good point.
Hmm.
Nathan, what about you?
Hold on a minute.
Threw him under the bus, through the
I've
bucket.
got the floor, people say.
Well,
Christian, do me a favor, ban interactive from the chat. He's talking politics.
oh dear. The bad part about that,
You could have
David,
just
is
DM'd me that.
yeah, you could have done. The bad part about that,
sorry.
David, is that I actually wasn't listening. So
That's a good excuse. Christian.
I was reading
Yes.
things that people were sending me just now, so I do have a bit of an excuse. What was
And
the,
who from the chat?
you were talking about?
Interactive is his name.
You were talking about
Interactive.
Beryl and the
I
intensification
can
phase.
too if I don't get an advert.
I believe you were talking about Beryl and the intensification phase, David.
Yeah.
What about it?
Going by what... Justin, you help me again, mate.
Yeah, he was basically asking you what someone mentioned in the chat. What are the chances of Beryl being a Cat 4?
Yeah.
That's basically what he's asking you.
All right. Well, I already sort of addressed that at the beginning there. So It's possible. I don't think it will happen. Who knows? We might see evidence to the contrary. But right now, I would suggest a Category 3 peak. And also,
Tell you what.
well, tomorrow night and into the following night. I want to also remind everyone that whenever we finish our commentary here, we do have more coverage. We have our automated stream, which runs 24/7, and that will get updated shortly after we finish. We already have a handy redirect, so when our stream finishes, it will automatically point you over there. But that won't be for another 2 hours yet, as we wait for the new information from the National Hurricane Center, which we will bring to you as soon as it comes in. So...
and adding to that, viewers, we have our earthquake channel.
Oh yeah, we have an earthquake channel as well. There was a big earthquake in Peru yesterday, was it?
Yes, 7.2.
7.2 there. I wasn't around to catch that one, but obviously we have all kinds of hazards across the globe.
Yes.
Pacific Ring of Fire over there as well. So... I have seen the DMs that people have sent me. I won't be able to get onto them right now because I am actually here, but I will get to you at some point. Do you think the eye curse will continue this year? Well, that once again is another game of chance, isn't it?
By the way, Alec, to answer for your T-codes for Beryl still being orange, yes it is. Still orange at the time.
It certainly is. And at the moment, there's no real scope to increase T-codes to red at the moment, unless it becomes... let's see, what would need to happen to produce a T-codes red? I imagine it would need to get... It will probably need to get to Category 4 for it to be a T-codes red. But...
Yeah.
Oh, hello, hang on. There's now an area of interest in the East Pacific.
We knew that.
Oh.
You're a little bit late on that one.
I just now found out about it. Shush.
Yes, the one that we've been watching for quite a while. It's been on a few tropical weather bulletins. We put it at 20% earlier today. And the National Hurricane Center have done that as well. Actually, no, they've put it up to 30% now. It was 20% earlier, but they have now increased it to 30%, which I find interesting. So, could we finally see the start to the Eastern Pacific hurricane season? Because it is very sick right now, this basin.
Ethan will be happy.
If we get... If we get to
Nice.
July 1st, which we will, it will be the latest start to the Eastern Pacific since 1964. And if we get to July 6th without anything forming, it will be the latest start in the satellite era. And we'd have to go back to 1957 for the previous latest start there. It doesn't bear thinking about. But that's the Eastern Pacific right now, which really is not firing at all. It's the Atlantic that's got all of the action right now, and it is Hurricane Beryl that we are looking at once again on this satellite imagery, with its cloud tops blowing up there. Some hot towers on the eastern side of it. Looked like it was really starting to form that eye earlier on. It's lost its way just a little bit, at least looking at it from above. Down below, of course, it probably is still looking decent, and I don't know if there's been any more microwave passes or anything to that extent since then, but it's been looking decent. That's
let me just say, the
clear
East
to see.
Pacific is being well behaved right now. The Atlantic, not so much.
What about the Central Pacific? When's the last time we've seen a
That's
storm
been-
there?
That's been well behaved for
I had
several
to.
damn years.
I had to. Then the Westpac.
all right. Well, yeah, I mean, Western
That's
Pacific
Australian
has...
bank, isn't it? Westpac.
The Western Pacific has been pretty quiet. 2 storms so far. Usually by now we've had 4 or 5 on average. And Beryl is the start of this season's turn of fortunes, I think. Before Beryl, the whole global total this year so far in terms of accumulated cyclone energy was a whopping 40% below average. And we've really been struggling. It's just the 22nd storm to form this year. Usually we tend to have quite a bit more than that by now, considering the yearly average is 92. And I think Beryl might be the tropics change of fortunes here as we get into July.
At least in the Western Hemisphere, I'm guessing.
Well, maybe some more to come out east as well. Western Pacific should start to get busier soon. Skeletor says that they remember 2018 Hurricane Beryl to be the first storm they fully tracked from start to finish. Well, I feel sorry for you. That tiny storm from 2018, of course. And George there...
Now come full circle.
Full circle from Eindhoven. Thanks for joining us there. Saying goodnight, hoping that Beryl does not affect land a lot. Well, it does look like it will hit some of these islands and could cause some serious impacts there. Looking back once again at the National Hurricane Center cones, that we're all on the same page here. All of those areas under hurricane warnings right now marked in red. To reiterate this update right now, if you missed it when it came out, the warnings are for the following: hurricane warning for Barbados, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Grenada. Tropical storm warning for Martinique and Tobago, and tropical storm watch for Dominica. Yes says, nice name. Beryl has always been small. I thought they were asking a question why Beryl was always small. That's just a statement. Beryl has always been small. You're right. I remember Beryl of 2012, which was the first storm that Force 13 did operational updates on. So Beryl is quite important in Force 13's history. That particular storm, which moved into northern Florida. There's a tropical storm there in May. That wasn't huge.
Full circle as well.
Yeah,
twice.
That one wasn't huge.
Done a full two circle.
And how come?
Nathan,
yes.
Sorry. What year was that?
That was Beryl 2012 there.
I was like 6.
Yeah.
I think.
I would have been 12, but I am not anymore.
Really?
I'll take the math
You don't
later.
say. But yeah, Beryl being the first update, the first Force 13. I can't even speak. Operational storm that we did updates on, and it was an Atlantic storm, of course. And then later on, we in the season we ended up covering all basins. And back then, there weren't even any narrations on the updates. The narrations started that December with Cyclone Claudia in the Southern Hemisphere. Anyways, a few more questions here then. How come subtropical storms are rare in the East Pacific? Well, all the systems tend to form in the deep tropics. I don't actually know. I think it's just that the temperatures drop off so quickly in the Eastern Pacific Ocean there, especially off the coast of America, North America. Really, those temperatures drop like a stone. Sometimes you do see, if you do see a subtropical storm anywhere in the Pacific, it's generally towards the Central Pacific, getting up towards those higher latitudes. You think about some of those borderline storms like the cyclone of 2006 and the hurricane of 1975. Those were very interesting systems that were well out of the ordinary in the Central Pacific and possibly not fully tropical. The first AAW is talking about the first storm they tracked was Pauline of 2021. Pauline? I don't remember a Pauline. I'm a bit confused.
What year?
Now.
Sorry, 2021. I don't remember Pauline of that year either.
And do we think this storm will reach 125 miles per hour at all? Yes, I think it certainly could. I wouldn't forecast it just yet, but it's definitely possible. And what are our thoughts on Beryl making a major landfall? Well, it is on the cards, isn't it? Whether it makes landfall or not on these islands is possibly a moot point, because the islands are very closely spaced together, St. Vincent and the Grenadines in particular. So it is very possible that it doesn't make an actual landfall. But in doing that, it still would look like that pretty much wherever it goes, the strongest winds will get felt on one of these islands. So you may as well call it a landfall, just to get that out of the way. And then whether it's a major hurricane landfall, well, it's there on the National Hurricane Center forecast, and I have no reason to disagree with it.
I mean, the most likely area for landfall would probably be the Grenadines in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That would probably be the most likely region for landfall, specifically with where the center is heading towards.
A lot of people talking about their old hurricane experiences there. Not Mr. Popular's first storm was Sandy 2012. Baseball guy had to cut their 10-year-old Disney World vacation 3 days short in 1998 because of Hurricane Georges. We should do like a story night at some point, but it won't be tonight. This is Hurricane Beryl. If you've just joined us, 80 mile per hour winds officially and a pressure of 990 millibars. It's quite a high pressure for a intensity like that, but it is more common in storms like this, the ones that are further south. It is only at 10 degrees north, which is, pretty far south for an Atlantic system. And it is still moving nearly due west, so at this point in time, it does look like we might get a little bit of another southerly shift possibly on the next update. But yeah, people are saying that the ATCF system is going higher with the storm now, and it is very feasible that the National Hurricane Center will follow suit at their update at 11 o'clock. We have got Cesar with us right now, and I am wondering which system you're watching the most, considering that 94L is not far away from you, but why don't you start with your thoughts on Beryl?
Hello, Nathan and everyone.
Hi.
Well, I'm putting my whole attention with Beryl, actually. I mean, I think it's something really interesting in the history of meteorology with Beryl, since this rate of intensification, the period of time that it's currently right now, the location. I mean, there are many factors to take that are not really common to see, and I mean, it's looking quite good as well. I wasn't really agree with the fact that Beryl was a hurricane when it was upgraded into one, but then, well, rapidly I retraced my words. Definitely, it's looking great. Unfortunately for the people in the Trinidad and in the Leeward Islands. But well, if this thing doesn't lift, definitely it's going to be a significant storm, possibly category 3 mid-range, as it's expected to become in the near future. But well, all eyes for me, all eyes are on Beryl right now.
Now, what's going on this latest satellite imagery here? I'm wondering if anyone wants to offer their commentary. It looks a little bit broader than it was earlier on, and whether it might be more dry air, maybe.
Yeah, I want to say it looks like there's dry air still in training in from the northwest right now.
I think so, looking at that. It is looking a bit sloppy.
Yeah, the dry air is actually approaching a little bit, but not that far into it.
I think it looks worse because the black zones are much less populated now, the very high cloud tops there.
Yes.
There's less of them in those latest frames, but it wouldn't take much to put it back up there again, so I think it's going to be a pivotal couple of hours here to see whether this intensification phase is sustaining, because it really needs to if it's actually going to get to major hurricane status before the islands. Obviously, we don't want it to, but that's the forecast, and I'm not sure if it's going to go fast enough if it's struggling a little bit right now. Now, a question, how much rainfall will Cuba get from Beryl? Well, it's still a bit speculative at the moment, but as it stands right now, Cuba is expecting very little rain from Beryl. Probably maximums of 2 inches or 50 millimeters. Even if the storm actually went through Cuba, which is not forecasted, even if it hit, then we could probably be looking at maximums of 8 to 10 inches maybe, but in general I think it would be a little bit lower than that. But as of right now, Cuba is looking relatively dry on the forecast. Message of thanks there from Brendan Gaming, and thank you for joining us as we keep monitoring this storm. There's not a huge amount that we can do with it right now. There's not tons to look at. We have no recon in the storm. People have made that error before and ended up in the blooper reel. Recon
that one for the blooper?
Recon planes are not entering the storm until tomorrow morning, so we've got no data from any direct sources. I mean, I don't know if there's any ocean boys down there, but apart from that, it really is, we're not looking at anything in terms of direct observations until morning, by which point it could be already a Category 3 major hurricane. So it is a little bit nerve-wracking, I suppose, that we don't really have the full story. And I'm still seeing, I'm just looking, Jose's looking at a few things on his screen there as well, and how wind shear, there's still a little bit of high wind shear ahead of the storm over the islands right now.
Yeah. Still, I'm not sure if this thing has a new update. I've been refreshing it the entire time and it still looks the same.
It only updates probably every 6 hours, that one.
Yeah. Sometimes I normally use this for the wind shear. But I think it pretty much shifted up a little. Because I remember the wind shear being like, I wish I could draw, but it was like something like that. But now it kind of spread it more into the islands.
Yeah, there's that graphic on the screen there. Quite a lot of red not far from Beryl. And increasing as well is what I saw on the shear tendency chart. So interesting to see what will happen with that. Some storms can repel wind shear quite effectively, but I wonder how it's going to go there, because it'll be entering higher amounts of wind shear pretty soon if that graphic is correct.
Yeah, I mean wind
small
shear is very
storms.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry.
All right. Just I was gonna say, like, the area to watch in behind Beryl it's very light. There's not that much wind shear, to be honest. So I don't think wind shear is gonna be a little bit of a problem to for the area to watch. But it's mostly the Saharan dust that's gonna be a little issue for it.
Can we have a look at the 24-hour shear tendency?
Well, it was just on that
Center?
before.
That was wind shear, the 24-hour one.
Yeah, there's that one.
Yeah, that's a wind shear, but the yep, that one.
And you can see it's in a good environment for the immediate future,
Yes.
but it could, at the moment, it is increasing over the central Lesser Antilles.
And that chart gets updated, what, every 6 hours?
Maybe 3, I'm not sure. You can see a a curved area of high wind shear over there as well into the Western Caribbean as well, and that might be a bit of a sucker punch for Beryl when it gets over there into the Western Caribbean, but we still don't really know yet. It's 5 days out. A lot can change, especially in the weather world, in that period of time. Fallen Ice says, is it possible for a hurricane to cross the equator? I know the Coriolis effect and all, but is it impossible or extremely unlikely? It is extremely unlikely. Cyclone Iali tried to do it earlier this year, and it got very close, I have to tell you. I think it must have got to about 2 degrees south before it became a remnant low, and it got to about 0.4 degrees south before the remnant died off. Realistically, I don't really think you could get a storm with convection crossing the equator, but remnants and weak disturbances I think can do it, and one or two alleged to have done it in the past. So the answer is mostly no, but on some special circumstances, weak circulations can sometimes do it, I think.
That's a subject for further discussion, but I'm thinking about over here in the southern hemisphere off the Queensland coast. So,
well, that isn't near the equator, though.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just thinking of the southern tip of New Caledonia and how the cyclones track down and then change to subtropical, then turn around and come back up as tropical.
I'm just
steering currents
that
can be crazy down there. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just hoping that there won't be any. I just hope there won't be any near Cairns, because I went there earlier this year and it was beautiful. Being said, the whole area is very green and it's very flat. But it is
Australia is becoming a very popular place for Christian.
Well, I'm an Australian citizen. I can go there without any trouble.
Let's go back to a wide shot of Beryl here, and it might just give you a little bit of notice. It's just the size of the storm compared to the islands. When we take a look at all of these viewpoints that show the storm really blown up so we can take a proper look at it, well, you zoom back out and it's still a relatively small system there that's still chugging towards the Lesser Antilles, and what's more is that it's still moving nearly due west, and obviously it can't keep doing that if it's going to hit the islands under hurricane warnings. So still some question marks there as to whether it will turn as much as expected or whether it might stay a little bit further south. We were talking about those thunderstorms earlier on. At one point they actually the cluster of storms that were blowing up over the Lesser Antilles were bigger than Beryl was. As of right now, though, just a few remnant thunderstorms there, small scale things, cells there moving past Martinique and Dominica primarily, and a little bit more action further west in Venezuela. So, I don't know why it's done that. Oh, it's gone.
And
there's Beryl.
And nice an observation looking at the imagery on the stream. I think that area black is starting to tighten in the southern quadrant.
No. This is what we're looking at now is the very latest, and I think if anything it's loosening up. I don't know what's going on underneath, but at the higher levels it looks like it's loosening up at the minute, and it does look to me as though there is still some dry air issues there on the western side, and on the eastern side there's still a little bit of wind shear impacts there as well by the looks of things. So it's definitely not having it all its own way, but it is still expected to intensify into a Category 3 very soon, within 24 hours. And right now it is embarking on that intensification phase, as it has been doing for a good fair while now, about a day at least. And a lot of models being very bullish on the system. The last GFS, the 18Z run, that called for Beryl's peak intensity to be 964 millibars, which in this scenario would probably correlate to maybe mid-range Category 3, moving very close to Barbados. Barbados gets about probably 50 miles per hour winds, 60 miles per hour winds maybe, according to that scenario. And then it moves on into St. Vincent and the Grenadines, which will get the full whack of the storm there, with potentially 120 mile per hour winds there. We're open floor right now for any of our team to chip in on what you're seeing in real time with Hurricane Beryl. The National Hurricane Center will update in just over an hour, but I don't know if you guys want to add anything right now.
Just looking at the satellite imagery, the RB top, I think on the eastern side, an eye wall or eye feature, I think it's really try. That's the opposite of what we've been saying, that it's struggling, but the last couple of frames, Nathan, it looks like it's attempting something.
Alright, well, what's your latest frame there? What timestamp?
This refreshes every like 4 minutes. It just refreshed like a couple, like about 10 seconds
I
ago.
know about yours, but what's David looking at?
I'm looking at the Noah floaters.
Oh,
I think.
I thought you were talking to me.
But what's your last timestamp there?
Hang on.
I thought you were talking about me because mine's just refreshed like already like.
Yeah, I know
right
that.
now, 20 seconds ago, I guess.
I just have a suspicion you might be a little bit out of date, David, there. But we'll see. So we wait for further updates, indications from the ATCF, the automated system, from the US Navy, suggesting that they might put it up a little bit further to 85 miles per hour at the next update, and a pressure of 986. That's what is being suggested right now, but officially it is still at 80 miles per hour and a pressure of 990. Interpolated ATCF, in fact, is suggesting closer to 90 miles per hour, but we'll see what happens. I think it will either be 80 or 85 at this next update. For the time being, there's Barbados right now. There's a few clouds around, but I don't think there's much in terms of rainfall, and this isn't to do with Beryl yet. Beryl's influence will start to reach the area. You'll probably see some high cirrus pretty soon, probably first light tomorrow, and then later on in the day, obviously, you'll see some of the bigger clouds start to appear from the outer bands, and then Beryl itself. Well, you can see it here. Barbados, of course, being the first place that will experience this storm when it arrives. And if I just try and get a little update here on its distance to Barbados now, looks to me like we've got about 960 kilometers to go. That is exactly 600 miles. So that's the distance it is now from Barbados. General number.
Nathan, I don't know if you noticed that. I think I could tell the wind shear right now on
What's this?
I don't know if you could tell by the wind shear that's already picking up from one of these storm clouds. I don't know if you could see the spiral band of Beryl hitting one of the wind shear and is getting like yanked up already. I don't know if you could tell by it.
I don't know. I'm not
Okay,
seeing
well,
much yanking.
no, like kind of noticeable. I'm not sure. I mean, it's not close enough. Probably. I'm saying things I don't know.
I'm not convinced by that. There is some wind shear, but I don't know. So we're watching this infrared imagery of Beryl once again, slowly moving along towards the west, approximately 20 miles per hour. Well, it's slow when you watch it minute by minute, but in the grand scheme of things, it's just towards the quicker end slightly. And of course, as each hour goes by, it gets closer to land, and at this rate, with its current movement of about 30 to 35 kilometers per hour, if it kept doing that for 960 kilometers, do the math, I think that's something like 30 hours before it would reach Barbados. So not very long at all. That pretty much tallies actually with the National Hurricane Center's forecast. So you've pretty much got 30 hours there before the main part of the storm reaches you. Whether Barbados gets the strongest winds or even hurricane conditions is a question that needs to be answered. But at the moment, the storm is possibly moving again a little bit further west than expected, and that would be good news for Barbados and bad news for places like Grenada, particularly Grenada and part of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As of right now, though, Beryl, 80 mile per hour winds, pressure of 990 millibars. They had a position of 10.2 north, 50.3 degrees west. Throwing up some more imagery there. This is some rapid scan. Sometimes you can poke through this imagery and maybe see where the dry air is, but I think you can still see it better on the coloured imagery that we have here. I mean, there's a significant gap right there. I mean, look at that. That's a gap. Probably some dry air moving in here. A little bit of a valley there in terms of all that cloud. And yeah, this has got to be it. This is the eye, which is at the upper levels, probably open to the southwest. Whether it is at the lower levels, not sure. Microwave seemed convincing earlier on today, but looking at that latest imagery, it does look like that southwestern side is being battered, and indeed they forecasted that the southwestern side would struggle the most with getting its wind field up to speed there to catch up with the rest of the storm. So is it something expected? Possibly. I have to wait and see if the National Hurricane Center acknowledge any of this on their discussion at 11 p.m. or whether it's something that they didn't expect and whether it might be impeding its ability to strengthen as quickly as expected. But we're still pretty early on there, and in 24 hours a lot can happen, and the eye could just appear in the middle of the night and we could have a category 3 by morning. You never know. But it's a little bit more outlandish. Let's get some comments then. Fallen Ice says, what's the theoretical limit of a tropical cyclone? Oh goodness me. Of course it depends where the cyclone is, but extreme maximums, I think people generally say it's about 220 to 225 miles per hour. And in terms of pressure, probably in the upper 850s is the theoretical minimum. But don't quote me on that. I don't think anyone really knows. What are our thoughts on the 0Z track and intensity guidance? Well, we haven't seen much from 0Z. Obviously, the National Hurricane Center just tacked on the current position to their 21Z update, the 5 p.m. And there it is at 8 p.m. AST, and it was pretty much following in line with that track. But if it does continue nearly due west, it only gets up to 10.1, 10.2 north by the time we get to the next advisory, then I think we will see another southward revision on that cone. And some nice comments there as well. Thanks very much, and we appreciate your words there. We're working hard with bringing to you these updates. Obviously, it's quite a difficult time for these areas, and we're doing our best to keep on top of it. Not that there's a huge amount to keep on top on at this point. I do fully expect that tomorrow will be much busier. And Benjamin mentioned the word hypercane. I don't think we'll be talking about hypercanes. How big do we think Beryl will become? Well, it certainly can get bigger. Storms generally do get bigger as they progress along there. And I just don't know exactly how big, but I reckon Beryl might get to maybe 1.5 times its current size in the Caribbean Sea. And if it does keep going on into the Gulf of Mexico, I think it could balloon up quite a bit more over there as well. But it still won't ever get to be a huge storm. It's going to be always on the small side of where it is geographically. Will Hurricane Beryl reach Category 4 status? Seems to be the most popular question of the night so far. And the answer is maybe, but I would still suggest probably not. And why is the GFS having weird predictions? I think you're new to this then. The GFS does quite a lot of silly things, that particular model. Of course, all models have funny moments, but the GFS does often produce pretty crazy scenarios. But sometimes they come true, and you know, it was one of the first to pick up on Beryl, and I can't remember exactly how it did that because I've got a short memory, but it's been pretty consistent throughout with a peak in the 960s, at least for the last 3 days or so. So whether that actually happens still, you know, obviously has to get there and intensify, but that's on the forecast and it looks like that will happen. And people asking about whether the storm will get retired. Well, I mean, it's just started out, and obviously there has to be very high impacts to justify a retirement. So I'm not going to be drawn to comment on that until long after the storm is gone. And I think you'll find that is generally our position during these storm events. So we're still looking at this satellite imagery, which updates automatically. You are always looking at the latest frames, and it does show a rather broadening there of the high cloud tops, and still a big gap on the southwestern side, which to me looks like a dry air moat that's opening up that eye. And whether there's an eye wall that's completely filled out on the lower levels, the mid levels leave a little bit to be desired. It's just over an hour until the National Hurricane Center's big update, and we expect to see a few changes, possibly an upgrade of a minor upgrade to the storm, possibly up to 85 miles per hour. And given that they issued all those hurricane warnings and tropical storm warnings earlier, I think it's not going to change very much in terms of extra warnings that might get issued. Where will Beryl go when it reaches the Gulf? If it reaches the Gulf, it still might not, but I would say at some point it probably will. Whether it's maybe even the Bay of Campeche that it ends up entering through the Yucatan, or whether it is further north, well, still big questions to be answered on that one. But if it does, then it will happen in about a week's time, just less than that. And the question, where will it go? I think looking at ensembles, the answer is still probably Mexico. And of course, there's still obviously the chance that it gets to Texas. Crisscross, nice name, tuning in from Central Florida once again. Keep an eye on this one just in case. Yep, I certainly feel that. If it's not this system, it could be the one behind it that really gets towards the US southeast. So definitely going to be on the lookout. It's going to be a very busy week or two here that we've got right now. Typhoon Tip wants to know if I'm from Liverpool that I sound like Paul McCartney. I've not heard that one before, I gotta say. But I mean, I have family ties with Liverpool, so I suppose you're sort of half right there. Weathercat says, why is the heavy rain on one side and the strong wind on the other? Actually, you'll find that the strong winds and the heavy rain are on the same side right now. It's the north and northeastern part of the storm there that will be producing the strongest and widest reaching winds. And when you look at the convection, that's usually a decent indicator on where's getting the most rain. So north and northeast, we're probably looking at significant rain rates right now. Okay, let's open it to the team right now. I don't know if anyone wants to point anything out that we've been watching with this storm. Over to you.
Alright, so what I'm looking at with this storm, still does seem like it has that dry air intrusion that is mitigating it at the moment, but it still is intensifying. I mean, it does seem like the system is still trying to wrap those bands around the center, and it is also attempting to grow maybe larger. I'm not sure, but I don't know if that's a sign of strengthening or not. But
I think it is filling out. And
it's filling out. Yeah, fanning out. Yeah. But this system does seem like it is continuing to intensify. What I'm just unsure about, later on in its life cycle how much wind shear is going to impede it. I believe that it will moderately impact the storm, especially as it enters into the Caribbean, where I'm guessing there'll be enough influence for it to start weakening by that point. I'm just unsure though, because some models are unsure how much wind shear there's going to be in the Caribbean.
Big variable, yeah.
Huh?
It's a big variable.
Yes, so we will see. I mean, how strong it remains enters into the Caribbean. We're hoping that the wind shear remains strong in that region, so we won't see this hurricane sustain that major hurricane or at least hurricane status. That is really the question that we're asking in order to determine if there's U.S. impacts. But of course, that's too far away at the moment, so that's why we can't really. It all comes down to the wind shear. So
it does, and if wind shear makes inroads there, you know, there could be a bit of a double whammy with dry air intrusion as well, which we're already seeing. Still a few areas in the Eastern Caribbean with high concentrations of Saharan dust ahead of the storm. So wind shear and dry air could be a big factor in this, but as of right now, it is holding its own.
Definitely. So we really just have to see how much this storm will hold on its own and for how long.
And is that hole on the western side an eye? Question mark. No. There is that little hole that's moving through. That's in between the outer band and the inner core of the storm. It may well be a dry air slot, but it certainly is not the eye. Really simple way, at least to try and find the eye, is to look towards where the rotation is rotating around, and you try and find the spot that's right in the middle of that's not really moving, and that's generally where the eye is. Quite hard to see when there's not a discernible eye on the imagery yet, but you can clearly see the areas that are rotating the most rapidly, and that was those hot towers that were blowing up there, the little black areas there, and right in the middle of all of that will be the eye. So a few comments there. Danilo says, do we think that Beryl could possibly do the unexpected and undergo rapid intensification? Well, it's not unexpected, it's forecasted actually. Rapid intensification is what we are expecting here. We've not quite reached that threshold yet, but all indications showing that it may well happen overnight or tomorrow. But feel free to keep the comments and questions coming in as we continue to decipher this storm in real time. It's probably what we do best here. Another question, could the forecasted peak wind speed for Beryl become higher due to it still in the Atlantic? I'm not sure I understand the question. If the storm overperforms, then we could see upgrades to the forecast. And Fallen Ice has an interesting question there about how Earth's magnetic field is overdue to flip, and will that affect tropical cyclone genesis in any way? I have no idea. I have not studied that enough. Do we think that this dry air will prohibit strengthening to the point where it doesn't become a major hurricane? It could. It certainly could. If it keeps going like this for a while, quite a few hours of it, and prevents it from producing a clear visible eye on infrared, then that will, postpone the higher tier of its forecasted strength. I think it's a bit hopeful to call for that, though, I'm afraid. Weathercat says, what is the chance of a Dorian repeat? They said it's kind of a silly question, and I'm going to affirm that for you. It is kind of a silly question. It is not going to do anything related to a Dorian. Now, possibly a different storm this year might, but it's not going to be this one. The Bogus says, could this season have more than 25 storms? I am not convinced based on the quiet start that we've had.
Well, it does seem like it's going to be more quality over quantity.
Well, maybe. I think we'll get close to 20.
Yeah, I think that's a good bet.
Will Beryl... This is a different person now. Will Beryl do a Dorian in terms of wind speed? I mean, come on, guys. Dorian got to 190 mile per hour winds, one of the most powerful storms in Atlantic history. Not every storm we're going to track is going to be compared to that. It will, it would be the stupidest thing. We are completely in the wrong part of the season. It will be entering good areas, but realistically, it shouldn't really get beyond 130 miles per hour. So not much else to speak about at the moment as we all sit watching this storm's progress and wait for the National Hurricane Centre's next advisory. For those who missed it, they did an update earlier on with the other two systems that they're tracking. 50% chance for this disturbance on the left that's just about to enter the Bay of Campeche. They say it will form over there tonight or early Sunday, where conditions appear generally conducive for further development. Most of the models do have definitely a disturbance on there, possibly a closed low, and so we could be looking at a potential tropical cyclone right there. I think 50% chance is a good number to give for that one. It's a very difficult one to call. Now the one behind Beryl, they're giving that a 70% chance in the next 7 days. And if we switch to that graphic, there's the forecast track that they're giving it. So once again, following quite similar footsteps to Beryl, 70% chance on that one. And a tropical depression is likely to form, they say, in the middle of next week, whilst it moves generally westward at 15 to 20 miles per hour across the eastern and central tropical Atlantic. But what we're seeing is, at least on that latest GFS model run, you can just about see it there, that second system popping up here will actually, GFS reckons it will swipe through Puerto Rico and turn north. Now that would be an interesting scenario, so we'll have to wait and see whether that happens. At the moment, I have no idea which way that might go, but a 70% chance. So we are coming up to 9:50 p.m. Atlantic Standard Time as we keep watching the progress of Beryl. Let's go back to some of those webcams that we were looking at. Here's the view in Martinique right now, although granted there's not much we can actually see. Well, this camera does move around a lot, looking out into one of the harbours there. Very difficult to see anything. Better view from Barbados, where we have this camera running as well, and you can see the viewpoint there looking out to sea. Again, a decent quiet night there tonight, and that's not going to change until late tomorrow.
Or is it slowly closing the area where the Saharan dust just entered?
Come again?
I don't know, like the area where the Saharan dust was like in the, I think the outer part of the hurricane. I think it's starting to it starts to close off. Like I don't see no more of Saharan dust. I'm not sure. Probably it's still there.
I don't know. There's definitely still dry air involved, but let's look back at that satellite imagery again, then another real close-up. And you can see just the rotation of this whole thing increasing again, really lurching across, swirling round that northern semicircle more than anything. Then it looks like, you know, things are starting to happen in there, I think. And we're getting closer to... Well, I think you look here. This might be the eye. It's quite hard to tell. It's getting a little bit confusing over there. But it's a little bit of a depression in the colours. So that could well be where the eye is. If not, it's somewhere nearby.
I feel like it's there where you just circled earlier.
Yes.
Yeah.
But, it's definitely looking better.
Even though the dry air is still in there.
Now, where's the dry air? The northwest or western?
Southwest.
Southwest.
I mean, it's starting to close. Well, not close it off, but I'm not sure what it's doing.
I should I forgot to mention this earlier, but I did see some people asking to join the team. You can send us a message through Discord. My username on there is Foycaster. Or you can send an email to contact@force13.com if you want to get in touch for any reason, but also if you want to join the team, and we can have a discussion about that. We're always looking for people to help out with our work, whether it's commentary, whether it's behind the scenes, whether it's graphics or videos. So feel free, go right ahead. A comment there suggesting that this kind of reminds me of Emily of 2005. Well, I don't think Emily was this strong by this point. I think it was a little bit later on. But I sort of get the idea. Emily was about a couple of weeks later in the year. Star Striker says, how often does something notable occur in the Mediterranean? It's almost every year, to be honest. Usually get to see something interesting. Talking about borderline tropical cyclones, actual tropical cyclones. We've had quite a few in recent years. Yeah. Quite a few in recent years.
What's the surface temperatures? Around 28?
Yeah, it probably is about 28 at this point, and those temperatures are set to increase as it moves further towards the west. Should get a couple of spots into just up to about 30 degrees in parts of the eastern Caribbean there.
And Nathan, going back in time, when's the last time the Cayman Islands got hit by a hurricane? That's one for you. Let's take that one on notice.
When was the last time the Cayman Islands got hit by a hurricane? It surely must have got hit by one of the storms in 2020.
Going back 4 years?
I don't know. There might have been some. I can't remember. Okay.
I think you'd be close to it, mate.
I'm just gonna have a quick look though. We'll see what happened. Okay. Ida in 2021 passed pretty much over the Cayman Islands as a tropical storm. Grace was just about to become a hurricane as it passed the Cayman Islands in 2021 as well. Actually, only Eta passed close to Grand Cayman in 2020, and that was as a tropical storm. Before then, you'd have to go all the way back to 2008 for a substantial hurricane, when Hurricane Paloma rapidly strengthened as it was passing to the east of the Cayman Islands, turning northeast, and then, of course, slamming into Cuba as a Category 4.
And when we look at the global scene, what is it? Climatology, what's that?
Yeah, what about it?
Climatology, well, that's another item that we could have a discussion on, but we're definitely off to a slow start to the season, and considering what the NHC has predicted for the season, and what did you say, ACE 40% below?
It is, but it obviously it makes you wonder, this is nature. Usually things balance out, and does it mean that we're going to get a nightmare of a season still to come? I did a feature a few days ago talking about just how quiet the season's been so far, but to make the point that 90% of all Northern Hemisphere activity is still yet to come after this date. And that's climatological norms. 90% of it. So, it's a slow start does not, it means nothing, basically.
That's a good point.
There's a lot to come. Some more decent comments there. And do we think a storm will follow Beryl? Well, it looks like that's going to happen. When's the last time Jamaica got hit by a major hurricane? Well, we know Sandy was rapidly intensifying through Jamaica, but operationally and after the fact, I don't think it was a major. Of course, I think it was Allen in 1980 was a very powerful storm that reached Jamaica and Gilbert. But there must be something more recent. Let me just have a little look here.
Wasn't it?
Caesar? When was Sandy? What year?
Well, Sandy was 2012, but it was still a Category 1 when it moved through Jamaica. Dean came very close as a Category 4, and Emily a little bit further away. Dennis was quite close as well. Ivan was close as a Category 4/5, very close in fact. But the last one to come super close, being in relative terms here, yeah, you do have to go back quite a long way. It would be Gilbert. And that one actually did make a landfall, Category 4 landfall.
Humberto?
Gilbert. I never mentioned a Humberto.
Oh, my bad. Gilbert.
Lilith, welcome aboard. Thanks for becoming a member. It's great to see you, and hope you enjoy your time here. A few questions in the chat as well. I mean, of course, as we've been saying, it's mainly Q&As right now as we wait for the National Hurricane Center's update on Beryl. There's not much to talk about apart from looking at it on satellite. No recon, no ground observations, no webcam feeds, just the one that we've got in Barbados and Martinique, which is obviously showing a calm night. So mainly Q&As right now until we get that update. Do we think Iota was a Cat 5? Well,
No.
I do. Yep.
Who
That's
said
right.
no?
Christian did.
I did.
Christian?
It wasn't.
Explain.
It was.
Explain.
Explain. The NHC want a word with you. That's my explanation.
He was nice and quick, wasn't he, Nathan?
5 miles per hour here and there. I mean, it's not
Yes,
the
it
end
was a
of the
5
world.
mile an hour difference.
Will Beryl be a major hurricane when it makes landfall? Assuming it makes landfall on these islands, yes, probably. Even if it doesn't make landfall, it will be very close to some of these islands. I wouldn't expect 100% that there will be a landfall because these islands are spaced out, you know, at a few little areas of water between them, so landfall is not guaranteed. Do we think Idalia should have been retired, or are we relieved because no names were retired last year? Well, take a look at any other major hurricane that made landfall in the United States and tell me how many of them weren't retired. The answer is a very low number. It may even be just the one, I'm not sure. So I think it possibly should have been retired. It was a surprise that it wasn't. The next advisory National Hurricane Center will be in an hour, Omar, or probably a bit less than that. They usually come out with it just a little bit on the early side, usually. So we expect it within an hour. That will be the 11 p.m. advisory. Do we think Eta was a Category 5? There was another comment there. No. And did we agree the National Hurricane Center upgrading Ian to a Category 5? I don't.
Nah.
Holy DCE, thank you very much for your support this evening. And a question, any updates regarding the US impacts? At the moment, let's just say straight up, no US impacts expected in the next 5 days. But of course, beyond that, Lots of uncertainty and possibilities for US impacts, but we can't really say yet. Hurricane Swifty 13. Thanks very much for joining us and becoming a member. It's great to have you with us. I think I've seen you before. And I think that was all the questions up there and a few other... Oh, yes, there was another major landfall that didn't get retired. Thanks for pointing that out, JA Gaming. Of course, Hurricane Brett in 1999. That was a major hurricane landfall in southern Texas and didn't get retired.
Oh, yeah. And you can't really remember that because of it.
Donovan says, when do you think the eye will come out? It's almost like waiting backstage for the eye to pop out. Well, I don't know, and I don't know if it will happen in a dramatic way. I think it might just be a gradual thing, and we may already be seeing it right now. I'm just not sure at the moment. Weathercat also in there as well. Nice to see you. What is our favorite hurricane? I mean, I don't really do favorites, but obviously everyone has storms that are close to them for one reason or another, whether it's nostalgia or whether it was something that puts them back into that time of their life or whatever it was. For me, I suppose a few storms of the 2009 and 2010 seasons, which was when I was first really starting to track storms, probably have the highest sentimental value. Apart from that, I'm not really sure what to tell you. Looks like the core may be in the process of tightening on Beryl. Maybe convection will rebound after it's complete. After it is complete. What is your take on this development? It does look like it is tightening back up again. The area that I am most interested in right now, oh, my pen's still on, is the area that just develops there right at the end. This little area here. I don't know if that's a closed eye right there, or whether it's just this little bit here, or whether this is involved. I am not sure at the moment. Just watch the loop again. And there's quite a lot of convection brewing around there. Or it may well be that the eye itself is maybe just in the middle of it, somewhere around here perhaps. As you look at those late frames. So something's going on in there, I think. We're starting to get some more deeper convection once again. To the like we were seeing a couple of hours ago. It did wane for a little bit there, but it is coming back again, it seems. Do we think Lorenzo is a Category 5? I certainly don't.
I agree with that statement.
What was the strongest storm in the Atlantic in June, and could Beryl take that title? I think it's very, very unlikely. It will have to strengthen a lot to beat Audrey in 1957, which was a very powerful storm that hit Louisiana, I think it was. I think it was near the border. I can't remember how strong that storm was. It was either a high-end Cat 3 or a low Cat 4. So it was a powerful storm in June. Of course, the Eastern Pacific June record is a doddle, very easy to find one out. It is Hurricane Ava in 1973, which is just one huge anomaly out on its own there, becoming a Category 5 in early June out to sea, and a very powerful storm at that. Beautiful images of it if you've not seen it before. Some other comments then. Could Beryl have a shot at reaching major intensity before the end of tomorrow? Well, yes. That absolutely is what's on the forecast. It should reach major hurricane status by the end of tomorrow. Do we predict any Category 5 storms this season? I think there's a fair chance. I'm not going to say yes or no on that one, but there's a fair chance of a Cat 5 this season, as there is most seasons.
Would you say the later half of the season?
Best time for a Category 5 is late August and September. And sometimes October.
Yeah, at the end of the season, bro. In the last couple of years, we saw that, and even the first Cat 5 in the southern hemisphere. What was that? 2022 or was it 21?
You've lost me now. What?
The northern hemisphere season finished with a Cat 5, and the first one for the southern hemisphere was a Cat 5.
Oh,
That's got you thinking now, hasn't it?
That's
Was it
2020.
22?
No, that's 2020. I think you mean the southern hemisphere one was Cyclone Yasa.
yes, okay. 2020.
And what was it? And the Cat 5 in the northern hemisphere, the finish of the season was
Iota. Yep, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, you got it. You got me. Not Mr. Popular wants to know, wasn't the last major hurricane landfall for Belize Iris in 2001? Maybe. I don't know. I know that one did. Or maybe it didn't. It might have just weakened to a Cat 2 before landfall. I can't remember. Do we think Beryl could reach Category 4? Everyone's asking that right now. You look at the cone of uncertainty there from the National Hurricane Center. Well, it's got a chance. I would still not explicitly forecast that, though. So, you know, like anything, there's a chance for it. How often do South American hurricanes occur in the Atlantic? So you mean the Southern Hemisphere, probably? Or, I don't know, actually.
Probably just the top part of Southern America.
Yeah, the very
Just
low
above the
latitude systems.
equator.
They
Very low latitudes.
can sometimes happen. It is quite rare. I think, in fact, the 1933 hurricane that we've been talking about time and again when comparing it to Beryl, that hit Trinidad and then moved through clipped northern Venezuela, I think. But quite a few systems do that. How much ace can we expect from this storm? Well, it's getting going, so
Too much.
we'll start to get some higher ace values. Of course, when a storm
20.
reaches 100 knots, that means it gets 1 point every 6 hours. So, yeah, it can really get going if it racks up a few days as a Category 3. Has a hurricane ever hit the Mississippi-Alabama border? Very particular question there. I can find out for you.
I would say yes.
Didn't Camille do that?
It must have been close.
I think Hurricane Sally did.
Frederick did. I'm trying to find the one that's closest to the state line. But yeah, interesting question. Frederick actually is the closest one that has a name. A few unnamed ones from the 1910s also involved there. But yeah, plenty of time to look up records there. A comment is Beryl turning west-northwest now in recent frames. You know, I don't think so. It still looks to me quite resolute in pretty much a westward motion, maybe just a very slight northward element, no more than what we've seen so far. I am not seeing that northwest turn at the minute. Tim wants to know, has a hurricane ever hit Oklahoma? Well,
Wow.
Oklahoma doesn't have a coast, but I assume you mean storms that have moved inland, and I'm sure they have. Yeah, quite a few. As tropical storms, Carla did it in 1961, of course, well-known storm. And after that, yes, of course, the historic Erin in 2007, one of the weirdest displays ever seen, weakened to a depression spent about 3 or 4 days over Texas, entered Oklahoma, and became a tropical storm. Yeah.
Oh,
What?
wow.
What?
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah,
Repeat that again.
that's exactly what happened.
I guess like the moisture got pulled into it, maybe.
Tropical Storm Erin in 2007. Look it
How
up.
is that
You'll see
even
it.
possible?
That's impossible.
How is that even possible?
Anything's possible in Oklahoma.
Anything's possible in
I mean,
Ohio.
Oklahoma is a tornado magnet, but not
But
a hurricane
yep, Erin
developer.
and Carla, those are the only named storms that had any spell as a tropical storm over Oklahoma. After that, it's a hurricane in 1918 and a tropical storm in 1902 and 1900. In fact, the Galveston hurricane 1900 also was a tropical storm over Oklahoma. So there we go. But yeah, interesting trivia night it appears to be, whilst we wait for more updates on Beryl. We're not neglecting it, but we don't have huge amounts to tell you about. If you have just joined us, there are hurricane warnings that got issued earlier on. Of course, Barbados already had one. St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada joining Barbados in being in falling under that hurricane warning. A tropical storm warning was also issued for Martinique and Tobago, and a tropical storm watch remains for Dominica. So that was the only location that was previously under a watch that remains under a watch. The National Hurricane Centre will update with their 11 p.m. advisory in just over half an hour. Let's take a look back at some of those webcams once again. First of all, in Martinique, which, okay, well, that's not a very good shot anymore, is it? Some lights. Still looking quite calm there, as you'd expect. And there, once again, is a view from Barbados. Looking out to sea and looking pretty decent. I'm wondering what all those things are in the water.
Alligators.
I'm not sure about alligators, but I'm wondering
Sorry.
if it's something, if they are some kind of animal. I don't know.
People enjoying a late night swim, you never know.
No,
Humans must be.
Is it? Anyway,
Probably buoys.
maybe.
Yeah, it's probably buoys.
Yeah, probably.
So obviously, we're still seeing the waves there. You know, it's still pretty calm in Barbados right now, and that will remain the case for a little while longer, well into tomorrow morning. And then in the afternoon, we'll start to see things change.
Did the eye shifted to a different direction on the last satellite imagery?
I still don't think so.
It looks like on my side, I'm not sure. Probably not.
It'll be interesting to see what happens with the water, though, in Barbados throughout the course of tomorrow. I'm not sure how quickly the rough seas and waves will precede the actual storm itself, or whether it will just all start up as the storm does. So that's something we'll be looking out for tomorrow in our coverage. Speaking of which, we don't really have a set schedule, but I imagine we will be doing at least one live stream, probably 2 tomorrow, just like we did today. Possibly a similar set of times, just to make sure that you're in the know there. Of course, our social media platforms and our YouTube channel will have all the updates as they happen, and we'll probably have other video updates as well. Of course, we'll have the Tropical Weather Bulletin tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time. And we may have an extra update in the afternoon, but obviously remains to be seen what happens with the storm, but of course the stronger it gets, the more we pile into it with updates. So 80 miles per hour right now, pressure 990 millibars. Will the National Hurricane Center upgrade the storm at the next advisory team? What do you think?
Probably
Probably yes.
85. I
Yeah,
guess.
probably they're gonna do it like 5 miles per hour at a time. It seems like
I agree with that too.
85 miles per
90.
hour, 987 millibars due to the ATCF update.
Well, ATCF is 986 actually.
Yeah, I initially thought 988 millibars, but they're probably gonna go with 987 now that to match up closer to the ATCF.
Possibly.
Those
Of
blowups
course,
are looking fine.
they don't always go with the ATCF numbers. And on rare occasions, they have completely. If you remember back in 2018 when we had this naming list, when Helene was designated by the ATCF system, and they actually undid it, so they unnamed the storm, and then later on it formed again. So Helene technically formed twice in 2018, according to the ATCF. Which is why it's
How is
very
that possible?
exceedingly rare, but sometimes they can name things and take it back again. I don't know whether they made a mistake or whether they
Take it
jumped the
back now,
gun.
y'all.
But you know that happened, so I always get a little bit skeptical as to pulling the trigger when the ATCF system names the storm before the advisory comes out. I'm always very cautious. Anyway, Oli DCE, thanks for your support there and sharing us breaking news, apparently, that St. Lucia is now in a national shutdown mode, according to their government. Well,
Interesting.
it wouldn't surprise me, given that they are under a hurricane warning, and, you know, pretty much it's code for shutting everything down, a hurricane warning, so, yeah. Now look at this latest satellite imagery and you can see another flare-up right near the perceived center. So that looks tighter. This little right-hand side area looks tighter than what's on the left over there. So it would appear to me that this right here is probably where the eye is. Interesting stuff, and it just feels like it's getting closer. And possibly there on that south side, maybe sealing it off away from that dry air right now, but I still feel that movement is nearly west. I'm not seeing a northward jog.
What I am noticing with Beryl is it no longer has minus 80 degrees Celsius cloud tops. That's what I noticed with it.
Well, they weren't always there. They were quite sporadic. I think that there's still maybe one or two little bits there in that latest rapid scan that might be touching minus 80. But
well, they're on the borderline probably.
Let's get some questions. Hurricane Sandy says, if storms could talk, right? Do you think it could make landfall in the Cayman Islands? It is a possibility. Of course, an actual landfall in a place like the Cayman Islands is like a needle in a haystack. Very hard for a storm to precisely hit a small island like the Caymans. We get it with Bermuda as well. Both very small islands that very rarely get direct landfalls.
When was the last one to directly make landfall in Bermuda?
Oh, wasn't it Maria?
I think it was Hurricane Julia.
Wait, was it? No, I think it was.
No, it's not Julia. I'm confusing names. It was in 2020.
Julian?
No, the correct answer is Paulette.
Julian.
No.
Paulette.
Paulette. Yeah, I
Paulette
was thinking
in
like
2020.
Paula 2014. But
Yes, one that came extremely close indeed. I was thinking of Nicole 2016, actually.
Yeah, I remember the year, but not the name. Completely different storms. Excuse me with that.
All right. If you're wondering why we're just sort of twiddling thumbs a little bit here, it's not really out of disregard of the storm. It is still very much there, and it is approaching land and is still building in strength and getting stronger. This is Hurricane Beryl. We're just sort of in a little bit of a lull here, waiting for the advisory from the National Hurricane Center, which will be out fairly soon. The 11 p.m. advisory, which we're all staying up for here, to see exactly what they're going to do with the forecast, whether it's going to plan with their original forecast or not, and what they think about the whole situation. Cone update, and whether we get to see any new watches or warnings. Probably not this time around. I think as far as 11 p.m. advisories go, this one might be one of the quieter ones, but nonetheless, we want to see what they've got to say, and we'll bring all of that information with our analysis to you as soon as it happens. But it is still drawing closer by the hour. Right now, I would give an estimate that it is approximately 920 kilometers away from Barbados now, which is about 570 miles. So, getting closer all the time, and tomorrow overnight will be the real time that this storm will be affecting Barbados, and shortly after that, early hours of Monday, we'll start to get those storm force winds in the Windward Islands.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what the forecast discussion will have to say about the system. Those are always interesting to have nice little details beyond, the warnings, as well as any sort of little adjustments we'd expect. Very curious to see what the National Hurricane Center thinks so far this evening.
And that was Orlando there, popping in. I can't remember if we introduced you earlier.
Yeah, I've been a little in and out, but I've been keeping track of the storm as things go on. It does seem as though it's improved quite a lot. I mean, structurally wise, it looks better organized, and it looks like some of the shear is let up on that eastern side compared to when this stream started. I know that was a couple people noted that, and yeah, it looks like it's better structurally sound, and it feels like it's only a matter of time before even more rapid intensification continues.
Now, if anyone was watching last time, my software showed the new forecast way before the NHC did. It's showing me two forecasts together right now, and I'm not sure if one of them might be the new one already. If it is, not much has changed on there by the looks of things. Calling for a Category 3 for quite a way there, and then very, very slight southerly shift, if that is the new forecast. And it is just a small southerly shift all the way through there, but interestingly, the strength holds on a little bit longer if that is indeed a new forecast, to the point where I'm seeing a Category 3 dot just southeast of Jamaica.
Ah.
Not good.
That doesn't sound surprising, and I think the problem that honestly comes back to the situation with how much shear will be out in the Western Caribbean, because the weakening phase after Hispaniola almost completely rides on the fact that the upper level air dynamics won't be as favorable as they are right now in the Eastern Caribbean, which is ironic because usually this time of year it's reverse.
Yes.
That being said, given the model trends, shear, the northerly shear is lessened out in the Western Caribbean, with the trough being expected, and it seems as though if a system that is being forecasted maintains intensity over there, it might be able to not just withstand this year, but maybe even being able to maintain intensity and maybe even intensify later as it approaches nearing Central America, and from there, who knows? Right now, I think the consensus, though, is after the Windward Islands, it seems as though Jamaica and Central America needs to keep a heads up on this.
The real question is, will it strengthen more after it passes the Lesser Antilles?
I mean, it's likely that it'll probably weaken at some point, but there might be a secondary peak. I mean, it's too early to say. I doubt this storm is going to exactly just fizzle out in the middle of the sea. Unfortunately, that's not likely to be the outcome. That being said, it really depends on how shear works out in the Western Caribbean and even in the Bay of Campeche, Gulf of Mexico, depending on the track.
Yeah.
So if this forecast, if this new cone is correct, looks like it will be Category 3 in 24 hours. Not really surprising.
Crap.
Category 2 in 12 hours. And it looks like they might be going along with that updated wind speed of 85 miles per hour, pressure 986. We await confirmation on that.
Has it not gone up yet, or?
So
I remember ASCAT was showing it at 85.
Really?
I think not ASCAT. What you call it? Best track.
Well, yes, ATCF has gone with 85. Doesn't always mean that they'll follow suit, but I think looks like they are going to. So we're just going to wait on confirmation of all of that. But as of right now, Beryl is intensifying, and either way, the last forecast said that it would be a Category 3 in 36 hours. 6 hours has passed since that, so it's almost 24 hours anyway. So I think they will be forecasting that Category 3 in just 24 hours' time. It looks to me as though it is growing and filling out on the satellite imagery. Wind shear looks like it's becoming a thing of the past. Dry air appears to be becoming less of a problem for it as well, and looks like again it is really tightening up with this new burst and phase of convection here.
The good thing, though, I would like to mention, the good thing right now is that it seems rather likely by 11 a.m. tomorrow we might have some recon data and interception of the center and the core of the system. So that's something to look forward to for the morning outlook, and also gives us a clearer picture of the structure, the intensity by tomorrow and the before the afternoon. As well, that data will help a lot in delivering some clarity in both the track intensity as well as future impacts once it passes the Windward Islands and heads towards the Western Caribbean. Very curious what I'm going to wake up to tomorrow.
Same.
Now, I know people were saying earlier that there was a plane out there right now, but it's a training mission, I believe.
Yeah, I don't believe it's even a training mission. I think it's just labeled as such. But the main thing that's going on right now in what you call Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, as well as flights that have happened earlier coming from Florida going towards the Caribbean, there's going to be quarter-day fixes with recon flights every 6 hours. So they're just pretty much getting all hands on deck to cover those things. As well as 94L, interestingly enough, is also scheduled for reconnaissance flights in the next 2 days.
So they're going for that one as well. Again, it could become a tropical cyclone. Cesar, you must have some thoughts on that system.
I mean, Not sure about it. I'm quite skeptical it actually will make it. So
Yeah, Bay of
mm,
Campeche does funny things.
I mean,
Um,
that's absolutely right. I mean, a lot of cyclones or hurricanes or whatever you want to call them tend to rapidly intensify there. I mean, there's few quite examples in the recent years. But to be honest, with 94L, despite that there are some chances and increasing, I'm not sure. I haven't seen the atmospheric conditions. I mean, which is
I mean,
going to be a major role to take on this particular system, and it's getting
yeah, I
bigger.
mean, I'd agree. I mean, we saw the last invest over there. It didn't end up doing anything either. I mean, it brought a lot of rain. It brought a lot of rain with it, but the natural curvature of the Bay of Campeche helps usually tighten up cyclones, but it's not always something. It's not always a guarantee to be the case. So I kind of agree with the 50-50 chance going on right now.
Now,
Yeah,
Cesar, we're
that's true.
expecting possibly 12 inches or 300 millimeters of rain in parts of Veracruz. How are they going to deal with that? Do they want the rain?
I mean, it has been a really raining season for the state of Veracruz. Usually, Veracruz holds well this kind of rain accumulations since the experience they had with Hurricane Carl back in 2010. Since then, they changed everything and changed a lot in the positive manner, and managed to not get too damaged with more cyclones recently with Hurricane Grace, which was also a Category 3, and the effects or the side effects after the passing of the cyclone were completely different since what happened with Carl in 2010. So I think Veracruz learned a very valuable lesson, if it's good to say that. And I think they are fine. I mean, I haven't actually seen any news about Veracruz being actually like flooded, with example of Chetumal, where they're completely were underwater, despite that there was only the invest or the disturbance
That's
over
right.
them. So I think it's a really positive side of view with Veracruz. So I think they are going to be fine.
Questions then. Has the storm mixed out the dry air yet? Looks like it might be.
I mean, if it is strengthening, probably.
And I'm not seeing any other real questions just there at the moment. So we're still waiting for the official word from the National Hurricane Center when they update for the 11 p.m. advisory. It's coming up pretty soon now. Usually they can be quite early with it, so fingers crossed we might be able to get that info in just a few minutes' time. But in the meantime, there's the last cone from the National Hurricane Center, the 8 p.m. cone. And if our sources are correct, we're going to be seeing a very slight shift southwards and an extension, or at least to the 3-day point of that major hurricane icon there, will be moved much closer to Jamaica this time around. So look out for that. We also think they're going to go with 85 miles per hour and a pressure of 986. And we will await confirmation on all of that info, hopefully pretty soon. Donovan says, has a hurricane ever gone close or hit Antarctica? I think there is one ex-cyclone that obviously would turn post-tropical, extratropical by then, and did make it to Antarctica, but it was nowhere near tropical, obviously, by that point. I mean, come on. Tropical storm in Antarctica? Will Beryl rapidly
What's this that Ethan's just pinged us in the live room with?
I don't know. I've not seen it.
He literally just said 110 knots.
The update
Just
is
ping the
out,
team
and
with a-
they are forecasting a 125 mile per hour peak. And they are currently going with, yes, as expected, 85 mile per hour winds and a pressure of 986 millibars. This is the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. Currently 85 miles per hour. They're expecting a category 2 in 12 hours, 105 miles per hour. And by 24 hours time, they're expecting 120 mile per hour winds. That would be the 1st of July at 0 UTC. And then a peak intensity of 125 miles per hour now is what they're expecting later on Monday and into early Tuesday. By Wednesday, it will be approaching Jamaica as a Category 3. We're waiting for the actual advisory, the public advisory. We just had the forecast advisory there. It is moving west at 17 knots. They're saying 280 degrees. So we're waiting for the public-facing advisory in just a sec, and that will tell us if there's been any changes to the warnings. But the news right there is that they're running with 85 mile per hour winds, and they are expecting 125 miles per hour.
Wow.
Oh,
Didn't know
well,
what to
that's that was very unexpected. That
I don't
think
know.
so.
It just seems like they keep upping it by 5 miles per hour, the peak every time. But
well, I mean,
Mm.
I've not really been paying attention to the forecast. I've just been paying attention to the now, I guess. 85 was expected because that's what we all
True.
thought. 100,
And
I mean, 125, 110 knot. That's this thing.
Well, they must be
It's
confident.
well, yeah, but basically, and when something's guaranteed, when something's forecasted 110 knots, it's pretty much very likely to exceed that and go 115, which is category 4. And I don't say that lightly. I hate things when they get up to like category 3 and 4 and that kind of things. I don't really like seeing that happen. But here I am actually saying it's possible. Like
I can't believe we're saying that's a possibility for it to become a Category 4 now. We
True.
really did
I
not
mean,
want it to happen.
I mean, this morning it was only down to what, like 60, and it was
Yeah. And then it reached
it's like,
it went to 65.
and then what was its forecast? What was its forecasted peak this morning? Like I don't
110.
know.
115, I think. And then
No, it was 110.
wait. For the early morning?
Yeah,
Yes.
what was its
Oh yeah,
peak
yeah. My bad.
morning?
110, I believe.
All
And then
right.
when the new update came in,
So
it was
just
bumped
100.
up to a major 115, I believe.
So, Christian, are you going with the low range Cat 4 or mid range Cat 4?
Low range. I'm talking in knots.
Mm.
I mean, I'm literally waiting for this thing that I've been working on behind the scenes. It's exporting right now. It's like taking its sweet time. I was hoping to get these out before the first
headline
hurricane.
from the National Hurricane Center: Beryl still rapidly intensifying, expected to bring life-threatening winds and storm surge to the Windward Islands as a major hurricane. 85 miles per hour, 986 millibars. No changes with the advisory. Still warnings and watches, that is. Hurricane warning for Barbados, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada. A tropical storm warning for Martinique and Tobago, and a tropical storm watch for Dominica. Currently 10.4 north, 51.2 west, moving quickly towards the west at near 20 miles per hour. And the center of Beryl is expected to move across the Windward Islands late Sunday night and Monday. Hurricane conditions expected in the hurricane warning area beginning Sunday night. Devastating wind damage expected where the eye wall of Beryl moves through portions of the Windward Islands. Tropical storm conditions expected in the tropical storm warning area starting Sunday night, making outside preparations difficult or dangerous. Life-threatening storm surge will raise water levels by as much as 5 to 7 feet above normal. And rainfall totals expected to reach up to 6 inches. So the takeaway there is a further upgrade by another 5 miles per hour, and a further upgrade to the track forecast, where they're now expecting a peak of 125 miles per hour, which would make it a high-end Category 3 out there in the eastern and central Caribbean.
Yep.
We're going to get some more updates from the discussion shortly, and maybe the new cone might be out. Let's have a look. No, not yet. But the discussion is out, so I will read all of this out. Beryl continues to strengthen rapidly this evening, they're saying. Cold convective cloud tops between -70 to -80, now wrapping fully around the center after earlier being confined to its southern semicircle. Microwave pass revealed a small closed eye wall now exists, and they've set the intensity to 75 knots. Of course, Recon there will be there tomorrow morning, and will provide our first in-situ data to assess the hurricane. Beryl has maintained a just north of due west fast motion this evening, estimated at 280 degrees. Extensive mid-level ridge remains positioned poleward of the hurricane, and Beryl should maintain a westward to west-northwestward motion at a similar speed over the next couple of days. This track will take the hurricane over the Windward Islands overnight on Sunday into Monday. A subtle weakness in the ridging in a 24 to 48 hour period should help the hurricane gain a bit of latitude before the ridge builds back in over the southeastern US by the middle of next week, likely resulting in a turn back more westward by the end of the forecast period. In the forecast track from the National Hurricane Center, it's just a touch towards the left and slower compared to the prior advisory. And they say, unfortunately, Beryl has all the ingredients favorable for continued rapid intensification in the short term. The light to moderate easterly shear that has been affecting the system is subsiding, and we've seen that on satellite imagery. The small and well-organized inner core likely means the hurricane should take full advantage of these pristine conditions, and both the GFS and ECMWF versions of the ship's RII show rapid intensification indices 7 to 10 times above climatology. And so they are expecting rapid intensification, making Beryl a very dangerous Category 3 hurricane before it moves across the Windward Islands by tomorrow night. We still don't have an updated cone yet there, we're just waiting on that. Once it enters the Caribbean, there could be a marked increase in westerly vertical wind shear as a strong easterly low-level jet calm of this time of year in the eastern Caribbean Sea will keep Beryl moving quickly westward against lighter upper-level easterlies, partially eroded by a deep layer trough off the eastern seaboard. Thus, some weakening is forecast after 48 hours, as Beryl moves further into the Caribbean, and basically it's all up for grabs later on in that forecast. So that's the latest from the National Hurricane Center. We're just reloading this cone all the time and waiting for the updated one, but I can tell you already it's only very slightly changed. But it still has a major hurricane on day 3, which takes it quite a lot closer to Jamaica now as a major than what was indicated in the last cone. Let's just get some quick questions. Distance from Grenada right now is a question that just came in. You are 1,150 kilometers away from the storm, from the center of the storm, that is. So that's, what's that in miles? That's about 750 miles. Of course, Barbados will receive the storm before anyone else. And By that point, it could already be a Category 3 major hurricane, and a very dangerous storm clearly in progress right now. We'll be going off the air in about 15 minutes, and at which point we'll be throwing it to our automated stream, which is running all the time. So feel free to stick around, and you'll get automatically redirected over there, the wonders of our streaming, and that will keep going all the way throughout the night. Jose, you wanted to say something, I think?
No, I was just saying the Zoom.earth that I normally use. Sometimes the cone has been updated, and I see what you mean now. Of
Yep.
Category 3 near almost Jamaica.
So, just remind me, this is advisory number 6.
Yes.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay,
It
yeah,
is.
because again, all that's showing up on my end is 5A. Give it about 5 minutes to update.
Mine's. I'm looking at Zoom.earth too. Sometimes it's ahead of the National Hurricane Center. Sometimes.
I mean, I'm just continually refreshing the NHC page right now just to get the new advisory up.
And that's all you can do.
Winds.
A random hurricane tracker says, how strong do you think Beryl will be by the time it reaches Cancun? If it gets to Cancun. But if it does, actually the new cone has just appeared. If it does get to Cancun, it could still be a hurricane by that point. That's the new cone right now. Major hurricane there, taken much closer towards Hispaniola and Jamaica. And the last icon there, 8 p.m. Thursday, quite a lot of the Yucatan now entered into the cone.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ooh. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm still not seeing it on my end.
Give it a second.
Just give it, 1 second.
Must be your southern
advisory.
internet.
It's not me. It's nothing to do with my internet. I mean, my internet's been holding up fine so far.
The NHC have blacklisted Hampshire.
Oh, God. Who knows? Maybe I'll just close the tab and reopen the tab.
So there we go. That's the new forecast cone, and they are expecting a 125 mile per hour storm by the time we get to that second major hurricane point. So yeah, right before it moves through the Windward Islands, they're expecting the storm to be at maximum intensity of around 125 miles per hour. This is becoming a bigger and bigger story by the hour, as some of these islands could get ravaged by extremely powerful winds here, really getting into some very high territory now, 125 mile per hour winds, and not forgetting the wind gusts, which could be as high as 155 miles per hour.
I won't be surprised if by tomorrow morning it's already 170 miles per hour by now.
So once again, there's some more imagery of the storm.
Yeah,
I mean,
5 the hurricane dots now.
Yeah, I mean, Yucatan is just in the cone now.
Yes. And just going on Nathan's last comment, Beryl is making news over here in Australia.
It's even reached Australia.
Yes, one national site is providing some coverage, but the time to reach a major level is decreasing, is coming forward.
Oh yeah, of course it is. Yeah, with possibly within 24 hours here.
Or sooner.
Yeah, or sooner.
Or sooner, absolutely. Not good.
I mean, Beryl, it's moving quite fast. So
yeah.
But also, how fast a hurricane could move without affecting its intensification phase, because I believe that if a hurricane is accelerating a lot, it will interrupt kind of somewhat the intensification rate.
Is it expected to slow down at any time, any stage?
Well, so far hasn't been backing off. It's moving at 20, and actually was moving quite slower in the previous advisories. So possibly will maintain a steady westwards direction.
Yeah, it looks pretty steady on the forecast there.
Is there like a high pressure system that is pushing Beryl rapidly to the west? I haven't
Yeah,
actually
well, I
seen.
was reading about it. It's all ridging at the moment, which will back off just a little bit as it enters the Caribbean. That will allow that little northwest motion, and then it builds back in again later on, which is why it turns a little bit more towards the left again, particularly looking at Tuesday there. And it's the ridge that is pushing it further towards the west there. But after day 5, big questions over what happens next. Where will it go? Could it be a threat to the US Gulf Coast, or will it continue in that sort of same direction, west-northwestwards, and end up being a Mexican threat? A comment there, are we expecting an eye to form soon? Well, look at it right now. You are seeing it in real time here. I expect we're going to see an eye open up pretty soon on this. I said that earlier, but it's looking even better now on this imagery. And I think, you could make a case that that is already the eye that we're seeing now. You draw the little circle here. That looks like that might be the eye starting to appear on the upper level imagery. Let's not forget that we're only looking at satellite imagery right now. We can only see the top layer of cloud. There is already an eye in there. Microwave imagery confirmed that hours ago. The low level is looking good underneath all of that cloud. There is a good eye under there, and it's just going to be more represented in the upper levels over time, and it'll be a sure sign of really significant intensification, and we are expecting a substantial major hurricane here. 125 mile per hour winds now on the forecast.
We're just hoping and pray that everyone's getting ready and prepared for it, because it's just the calm before the storm right now.
Absolutely, but what is concerning is that we talked about it in the stream in the morning, that
Yeah.
Beryl was less than 36 hours of land, and usually hurricane warnings should be at 48 hours and of distance, and they literally lasted a bunch of time to actually upgrade the advisories. So I'm not sure if there's a lot of time to people to prepare, but it should be now the preparations, because it's going to be a wild ride for them.
Yeah, pretty much tropical storm force winds arrival time has not even changed. I believe so.
Okay, guys, let's go on to our closing thoughts then, because we're going to be finishing now. What's your take on the storm at this point?
I mean, it just continues to strengthen and strengthen. It's really a story of persistence that we're seeing here. I hate to see it for the people that live in
Persistent
this
strengthening.
area. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate to see it for the people that live in this area. Really, really don't want to see a system, especially at this time of year, which is definitely very strange in the scheme of things. Uh, impacting these regions. And it really just goes to show how the season might play out. It might be another story of persistence and many other rapidly intensifying systems. So we'll see what happens.
Welcome to the hurricane season.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right then. Well, the top story then as we sign off here is that Hurricane Beryl has intensified further up to 85 mile per hour winds and is expected to rapidly intensify even more over the next hours and couple of days and become a very powerful Category 3 storm as it moves through the Windward Islands. Hurricane warnings are in effect for Barbados, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia and Grenada, and tropical storm warnings are in effect for Martinique, and I forget where else. Where was it? Martinique, and it was Tobago, and tropical storm watch in effect for Dominica right now. So that's the latest. We will have more updates on the Force 13 channel. We have a tropical weather bulletin coming up at 8 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time tomorrow morning. Probably a live stream after that. But in the meantime, our live stream will now automatically redirect to our automated stream, which will keep you updated through the graphics throughout the night tonight and into tomorrow morning. But until then, until we're back here, we'll see you again soon, and we hope it's been a decent stream, and we hope you have a good rest of your evening. So that's it from us here at Force 13 HQ. Back again soon.